Just a second, just to make sure that we're good, and then we can get right in. Instagram is still fine. I'm very sure once we're done with these teething issues, we'll have a great time together. Just a second, please. Okay, I think we're good on YouTube. All right, I was going to read a book. It's called Among the Igbos. Among the Igbos of Nigeria, an account of the curious and interesting habits and so on and so forth. The book is written by G.T. Baston. By the way, this book was published in 1921. So I was saying something. Let me just get back into it. That I mentioned something last week that Jaja Vokobo was an Igbo boy who became an Ijoman. And my YouTube comment was just filled with a lot of ignorant people. How can you say that? Yet you are saying this person is Yoruba. Yet you are saying that thing. I'm like, why is that difficult for you to understand that people can actually assimilate and become part of another group? And then I played a video where the present king, a descendant of Jaja Okobo himself, is saying that Boni is through and through Ijo, and that they are Ijo people, regardless of where their father came from. Which is not a problem. For instance, I mentioned what happened with our chiefs and even the king in Benin with their connection with Ife, but they are Edo people, but they have Ife origins. That's how sensible, developed cultures think about these things. They don't go around shouting, "You are from us, you are one of us." It's not like that. And then they say, "Oh, but the land is Igbo land and everything." Well, this book was published in 1921, so let me read to you. And I'm repeating the date so that you understand that it's not like a recent thing. In the Delta districts, and especially in the neighborhood of Boni and other coast towns, they are not, let me go back a bit. The limits of the Igbo country have now been approximately defined, and the territory apportioned into their districts. A network of government stations has been established, and trading and missionary interests show evidence of vigorous prosperity. The Igbos are distributed over the greater part of the central province of the protectorate and number about 4 million. That is probably half the total population of southern Nigeria. In the Delta districts, and especially in the neighborhood of Boni and other coast towns, they are not indigenous. They consist chiefly of slaves under the control of heads of houses. These slaves often outnumber the original inhabitants, and their language is of such vitality that Boni Igbo predominates over the other dialects of the district. That's how they became more there. I don't want to explain it. But you understand. But here's the point. It's also similar to what happened in Ikwere, where a lot of people were brought into Ikwere, for onward. They're supposed to be passed along to folks from Europe. I don't want to explain. I hope you get the point without me having to go into the details. But the point I'm trying to make is this. When those people get into that place, they take on the identity of the owners of the place. Assimilating. You don't tell the owners to make you an indigene without you having to lose anything from where you're coming from. That's one. You're not even trying to do that one. So like I said, there are two options. Assimilation is one. The other one is integration. Integration means that you are still who you are, but you are with the people of the land. So you can learn the language, but you are still who you are. For instance, the Ogomosho in Jos, the Ogomosho in Kaduna, the Ogomosho in Ghana. Some of them have been there for decades, even about centuries. The point is, they are not Ghanaians. They are still Yoruba, but adapt. It's the same reality you saw with the way we were in the north, Yoruba people, how some assimilated, many more actually decided to integrate. right? Where you still hold on to your identity, but you are not, averse to the culture of the people of the land. Now, these people who are looking for indigenous status in people's homeland, they don't want to assimilate because they think that that way they are losing something. Well, you have to lose something to gain something. They don't want to integrate because they think maybe their culture is superior, and that's the funny thing. You can't see any. There's nothing that you can really hold on to that you're saying is better than every other person. So you don't want to assimilate, you don't want to integrate, you now want to legislate indigeneity. That can't happen. You can't. Because the people of the land, the ones who have say over their land, there's a way they run the place, and because you didn't come in through their culture, you can misbehave anyhow. You can act based on where you are coming from and say, are we not all one Nigeria? And my question is, why are people not happy with just being citizens? Why must you be an indigenous? Nowhere in this world, guys, if you think I'm wrong, please, when it's time to come up, when it's time to bring people up, please come up and show me where in this world the rights of indigenes are brushed aside and people who are not from there ancestrally are made indigenes in the name of unity. Unity, they don't want unity, it's to take over. And I feel sorry for the minorities in Nigeria. If a minority, again, like I always say, minority is an insult. It means that you don't have as many numbers, right? You don't have so many people. If you're a minority and you're celebrating this thing, now your head then go take break the coconut. Because what it means basically is that your place can be taken over. And I know a lot of people don't say it cannot happen. Okay. Go and tell the Query people that. I put out a video on Query the other day. Again, like normally, it happens. People will insult you. Fair enough. But listen to them talk. Listen to people in Bonny, the one I just read right now, where people are telling you that their land, that Bonny is Igbo land. Ikwere is Igbo. The video, I played a part of it. They were asking Dr. Okachukwu, like, why? And he said the same thing. It's the sea. It's the sea. They're desperately looking for access to the sea. Why do they want to be indigenous of other places? It's the land. And I've said this several times. There were 3 major reasons they declared Biafra. It had nothing to do with people fighting anybody. 3 reasons. Was the land. They wanted land in other people's spaces that was fertile. Their own land wasn't and still isn't fertile. So they want land, fertile land. Among the rivers, people in present-day Cross River in Ẹkáàbọ, those ones had fertile land. The agricultural revenue of the eastern region at the time, more than 60% came out of those places, not from Igbo land. So they wanted the land. They also wanted the sea. And that was what happened in Abonema and Degema happened. That's the reason for those things. Meanwhile, let me say this. I believe that southeastern Nigeria, Igbo land, I believe it is blessed. I told somebody this yesterday, and it was like, are you sure? I was like, of course. Of course. Of course. The land is blessed. It's just not blessed in the way others are blessed. And because you are focused on the blessings of others, you will not see your own blessing. You keep running away from home. You are running away from blessing because all you are looking at is see the other person. And that's why I discovered that if your culture is built on comparisons, you can't make progress as a people. It's not that there's nothing in the East. But they've been told that they've been disenfranchised, they've taken things. Nobody took anything from you. So even the things that God has blessed you with, you're not seeing it. Are you really telling me that there's nothing inside that soil? Oh, it's not fertile, it's not good for agriculture. Is that the only reason for the earth? Is that the only reason for soil? There must be something there. And of course, yes, there's gas in Imo, which of course has not been tapped yet. But I believe of course, there are solid minerals there, which is why we also have to push for this resource control thing. There's no way you're going to tell me that Igbo land is not blessed. I choose not to believe that. You say, oh, the land is small. So what? How big is Singapore? Or you say, oh, they can't plant stuff in their land. How about Israel? Like, there's something there's no part of Nigeria that is not blessed. The one that looks like it's not blessed is the one that compares itself with others and uses the definition of others' blessing as the yardstick for what blessings mean. Someone say Lagos soil. Who would want to plant in Lagos? Apart from the fact that the soil is not even about that. Like, the land is better soil, used for real estate. And that's why, because it's partnering with Ogun State, we are building something in the southwest right now. Dawn Commission put out a notice, put out a news. Was it Dawn Commission? Yeah, Dawn Commission and the Commissioners of Agriculture of the state's 6 southwestern states. They had a meeting a few months ago. They're trying to work together. They're not going to think of planting in Lagos. They'll think of, so imagine that an Ibadan person is thinking that because there's no sea in Ibadan, he's disadvantaged. Like, oh, there's no sea, there's no sea. They have marginalized, God has marginalized us. What kind of nonsense? I grew up in Ibadan, by the way. Ibadan does not have sea, but Ibadan is an expanding city. I've not seen any city like that ever. I mean, other cities try, but no city comes close to Ibadan. Ibadan moves like this. Almost should be concentric circle. Go to the heart of Ibadan, and that's by the way, that's one of the reasons Ibadan doesn't. That's why you have those old, brown roofs in those places in Ibadan. That's the reason you have it, because it has so much land. Instead of pulling down the old structures and building new one, you just go and clear another portion of land. That's what Ibadan has that Lagos doesn't have. It's called comparative advantage. But if you spend your life comparing yourself with someone else, you will not even see your own ability. I believe Igbo land is blessed. That's what I believe. I've been there, by the way. I've been to 4 of the 5 states in the southeast. And when they complain and they're always talking about what is not working in their land, I'm wondering, but I've been to your place now. They say, no, it doesn't matter. I've been there. I mean, yes, you can see what's not working, but you telling me that nothing works. I'm actually pausing to talk about this because I think it's also important to put this thing out there so that one doesn't come across as maybe you hate one group. See, what I do is primarily to enlighten Nigerians generally, and then to protect Yoruba space. It's not because I hate you, it's because I love me or I love my people. But if I love my people, that love will also flow towards you. And the way it's flowing towards you this morning is this: there is something good in your land. So why is everybody running away from it? I'll say this, and this is not today's topic, but I think for some reason, because every day we'll be doing book. Listen, the reason you can't stay at home is, there are natural reasons. Or the land doesn't support the people, the place is densely populated, all those things, yes. But let me ask a question. And this is how you think if you really want to grow. What would you do as an Igbo person? What would you do if you had nowhere else to go but home? What would you do? And let me tell you something, living in the southeast is rough. One of the reasons people died during the war and suffered from kwashiorkor was because ordinarily the southeast has always been an importer of protein long before the war. But for some reason, if there is no river, there's Imo, maybe you don't have bodies of water that are as big. You can create ponds. Like, there has to be a way. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't be saying something's happening at home, therefore I must. By the way, I don't see any problem with you coming to my place because whatever is happening at home. But the thing is, you come to my place thinking you have some right to just move anyhow. That's what is pissing people off. But let's even forget about me for a second. Are you really telling me that there's nothing that can happen in that home? There's insecurity right now. All those things happen because of a particular mindset. The mindset that you own everywhere else but home. That you can go anywhere and do anyhow. The mindset that people are cheating you. Those are the things that led to UGM. Those are the things that led to ESN. That's what led to sit at home on Monday. What do they call it? Monday sit at home. That's what led to it. We are going to fight them. They are holding something. They're not giving us something. What exactly are you not getting? There are 5 governors in the southeast. They collect allocation now. There are 58 representatives in Abuja. They collect their own stuff now. You have House of Assembly in each state of the southeast. I just think I should pause to say this, that there has to be something good about that place. God can't just create a place and decide to make it barren of everything good. It could be barren of agricultural productivity, but it can't be barren of everything good. There has to be something in that place. My own people found glass in sand 1,000 years ago. Somehow they found it and created an economy based on just that. You know the glass beads we talk about happening in Ife? This glass bead is from sand. How did they find that thing? If people can think that way and create something, how can human beings with degrees like thermometers speak in 2025 and all they are saying is that we have a right to be here, we have no home to go to? How? And because of that mindset, the ones who are hating on you are the ones you support. Anybody that tells you sit at home on Monday hates you. Anybody who today is Monday. Ojo Ajelong Pe. Nobody will now go to work. Then you have the ones carrying guns, gentle Yahoo. Many of you cannot even speak against it. Meanwhile, you call other people cowards. Are you not a coward? You can't. But Tomati Doreko, once it's Lagos now, your veins will be popping as if when God created you, He took the clay from Isaleko and the water was from the lagoon. Now mix it together and say you are connected to this place by force. What is it? Things that have to do with your home. You'll be silent like a mouse. You will not say anything. You'll be looking for indigenship in other people's lands. What is so bad at home that cannot be fixed? It's just a question. Please think about it. I don't know. I just feel like, because I don't believe it that there's a part of Nigeria that is so terrible, nothing can work, they hate me. Iran. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. Every place has something. And I'm not talking about the gas. By the way, there's some clowns these days saying that, we can move anywhere in Nigeria because the gas you're using in Nigeria comes from Igbo land. It's not true. Your gas is still untapped. We've never started touching it. And my prayer, like I always say, is that when that time comes for the gas in Imo to be tapped, may there be resource control at that time so that you can have all your resources. You've got to develop. Your growth is your responsibility, to be honest. You can't be looking for indigenous status in people's land. It's the spirit of a thief. I don't care who is the spirit of. I'm not saying the person is a thief, but that spirit now only. All right. So please, God will open your eyes. Let me end by saying this. There's a scripture. I'm a Christian. There's a scripture in Jeremiah. It talks about people who put their trust in men. And it says those people will not see good when it comes. It's not that good is not coming. It is that they are incapable of seeing it. Generally, for all of us, I'm praying that all of us will recognize good when it comes. But particularly those of us who are constantly looking at other regions, you will not see good when it comes. It's not a curse. It's the condition of your mind. You can't observe possibilities around you because you are focused on what's happening in another person's compound. there's something in your own house too. God, don't you just create something, just makes everything just terrible, make anything all work. Can't they go everywhere, they constitute nuisance, they tell everybody, say, now like this, and go, they do your own land, though. I have a right to your place, so because you don't run come up for your whole house. Haba. So, that indigenous bill is dead on arrival. Nobody cares about it. And those who are doing it, we know you. We know it's something that is dear to you. We're going to call it out and tell you straight up, it's the thinking of a thief. If you want to become an indigene, go through the process of the people who own the land that you want to become an indigene of. If you don't want to go through that process, it means that you don't understand what it means to have culture and civilization and systems and structure. And it's not that difficult. Just evolve. Let's get back into the news. Happy Monday, everybody. Today started as if we are in church, but it's just important to me. It's just sad. Because, you know, sometimes you're like, are you talking about one group every time? Like, you want to do something, they'll do one terrible thing, you have to read the news the next day. Like, why now? Why? Meanwhile, the lady that some Yoruba people were celebrating and standing up for and sticking out their necks for last week has shown them how stupid they are. Such a funny thing. She went on TVC. I mean, I saw the clips last week, but there's a part of what she said that's trending now that is making Yoruba people say certain things that now make you wonder, like, oh, hold up, are you saying you didn't notice this all this while? But no, you know, you are the sophisticated one. You are the one who, you can speak English, you understand how this thing goes, you know what I'm saying? So the girl went on TV and said, my job is not to highlight Yoruba heritage, and that's not what the show is about. The show is about my artwork and highlighting Nigerian creatives in Lagos and capturing this melting pot. This is nothing about Yoruba cultural heritage. I know they want it to be, but it is not. Now, again, you have a lot of people who are not properly raised, like the ones insulting in the comment section. It just shows that your parents forgot to, when they gave birth to you, you landed with your hair on your head. Anyway, let's talk to people that, the point is, she put this statement out, I mean, she was on TV, and then a lot of your Bible began to quote it, and I was just laughing when I saw it. So I'm going to read some of the things they said, and then I'm going to tell you what I think about the whole fiasco. Adekunle says, this is so funny. In the ads, you used pictures from Ojude Oba. The theme is a Yoruba word or slang, and the costumes and fabrics are clearly Yoruba cultural symbols. Yet she says she's not highlighting Yoruba heritage, but Nigerian creatives. But what is Nigeria without its tribes? I don't like the word tribes, by the way. I think it's primitive, but you get the point. It's the tribes, the ethnic nations, the creative people who form the Nigerian identity in the first place. She sounds a bit confused and frankly a little arrogant. Little? Oh boy, let me read some very interesting things. I just like what's happening to Yoruba people. Boy, I think I'm happy what's happening. I'm happy with what's happening because at least people are able to say stuff. Let me see if I can see the ones I'm looking for. Well, someone says, these are some of the little things that led to the complex society in Warri. A society that allowed mixed culture, thinking they are fostering tolerance. A society that now plays Game of Thrones. A place where there's cultural ownership and political tussle and chaos. All right. I'm looking for the one that Yoruba people actually wrote. Yellow. Let me read one from an Igbo man. Like I always say, you always find, they may be in the minority, but they exist. This man's name is Mazi Nemeka. He says, you can go ahead and insult or call me names if you wish, but the honest truth is that this reckless statement can only be made against Lagos and the Yorubas. No other people will tolerate it in this country. Go to the north, try dismissing Hausa heritage in Kano and see what happens. Come here in the east, belittle Igbo culture in Onitsha and you get the same. But when it comes to Yorubas in Lagos, suddenly everyone thinks they can erase identity and treat the land as if it belongs to nobody. Lagos is not just a melting pot. It is Yoruba land first, and that fact can never be wished away. It is because of Yoruba land that Lagos exists for you to even host exhibitions. It is because of Yoruba hospitality that people from everywhere feel free to come and thrive. Yet, instead of gratitude, what we see is arrogance, dismissing the heritage of the very people who gave you the platform. Now it's Igbo. This man is Igbo. And it's great to have people like this speak up. However, like on Q, many Igbo people went into his own stuff and started insulting him and trying to correct him. Let me read some of the things they said. Uzoma Akonwu says, Lagos remains here many years after we have been long gone. Okeke says, idiocy on display. Eze says, you guys are small-minded fools. Keep doing essays on this dumb SHIT. What's this one? Omar Duboise says, Lagos by history was once a capital, just as Abuja is today. True, people who lived in Eko before it was made capital know themselves, and not all those claiming right by proximity. Till now, I've not seen proof of how our work changed or interfered with the tradition of the Awori. All right. Use Abuja or Port Harcourt as an example because these are the cities that are in the same level with Lagos in terms of commercial in Nigeria. So what you notice, everybody cases, but every day everyone is belittling the Gwaris that own Abuja. Abuja is not a melting pot. What you notice is not that there is no Igbo person who is wise. There are many wise Igbo men and women. The real issue is they are the minority. Right, and their voices are usually very, they are small, then they don't usually talk, but at least when we have one where they talk, more waiting in the talk. But generally, some people have been configured to just be stupid, because there's no way on earth this is not stupid. You are not from the place, you are trying to do business, the people are telling you what you're doing and how it's affecting them. You tend to keep short because how far we're all one Nigeria. So what do you think would happen if this person was an indigene of anywhere in Nigeria? Don't you think right now there'll be chaos in Lagos? All he has to do is go to Alaba, and I'm looking forward to that day. It's the Yoruba that I even talk I'm looking for. I'm almost there. Just give me a second. Oh yes. I haven't seen her exact quote. This is from Don Kiluminati. I haven't seen her exact quote, but if this is true, it is quite unfortunate because she did receive a lot of support against the backdrop of backlash as well. Not only did she receive support from folks like me on here, but even the state government and media outlets. But this tit-for-tat response is also wrong. You can't do art exhibition on something that's culturally Yoruba and claim it has nothing to do with Yoruba culture. That is unnecessarily inflammatory and causing controversy for what purpose exactly? Which leaves a bitter aftertaste in the mouth of the people like me who supported her. She basically spat in our faces, to be honest. However, doesn't mean I won't support her or anyone who is ever in the position she found herself in the future, because it's not even about her. It's about fighting an idea of Yoruba fundamentalism that is antithetical to Yoruba culture. Emma Soimbo. So Uzo can mouth off as much as she likes. It's on brand for her. That's who she is. But who she is doesn't determine who I am or what Yoruba culture is. She's infinitesimal in the grand scheme of things. People don't even know what Yoruba culture is. We don't even know what Yoruba culture is. You know, when you say Omoluabi, people think Omoluabi means that be a doormat. I'm Omoluabi. Omoluabi could also slap your face. Omoluabi could descend on you. Omoluabi could erase you, not violently. I'm not talking about killing. He could just get you out of the place, displace you. As I can conjure, because Ara Omoluabi ethos has humility. It also has bravery. They can get you out of their space, and they will still be Omoluabi. They will erase your presence in them. You'll be alive, but not in their space, and they are still Omoluabi. Yoruba, I know, but fundamentally, choose about it. No, Omoluabi is not. Just do it because I am Yoruba. No, Omoluabi is putting the person in their place. And if you think speaking English is what to be, you'll be fine. Another Yoruba guy, Irawa, says people stuck their necks out for you, and you say this. Yikes. Another one says, this one is Olore. Sometimes I'm forced to accept the reality. The Yoruba Ronus exist for a reason, and in cases like this, their existence is justified. People are waking up. Oshikbo. Somebody says, there's obviously no middle ground in this tribalism thing, walai, because I was so sure people were doing too much, attacking her about Owambe, only for her to say something this weird. Nami bi mumu. I think that's the best of the comments. And I'll tell you why. The person acknowledged that they were mumu. And that's fair enough. And that's how it should be. Like when you mess up, just say, I mess up. So he didn't say na him be mumu is correct. It was a mumu. They are extremists who go overboard. And when they do, we call them out. But the fundamental issue of appropriation, the fundamental issue of disrespect as a culture of certain people, you can't. That's why I said that when this whole thing started, it's not about spelling. At the MO, at the NO, what in Méjèèjì like 1970 something. Méjèèjì non low. I've never gone deep into the matter because I just thought that could need it. But all our newspaper clippings that in 1970s, MREM, MREN, Méjèèjì non low. That's not the issue. The issue is a person from a culture that is naturally disrespectful of their hosts, not just in Yoruba land, even in Ghana. Which brings me to the Ghanaian issue. Let's visit Ghana quickly. So the Ga king sent a letter to, again, it's a pattern. People don't hate any, it's not hate. It's not hate. It's not hate. It's a pushback against a culture that hates order. The guy, I don't know what to call him. The man who says he's not a king put out an invitation for an event yesterday. He calls himself HRM. He says he's not a king, but it's His Royal Majesty. Put his name there, Dr. Ambassador, the one that was said went to build the Igbo village in Ghana. So he put out the IV and put it out there. Then the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs of the Ga Traditional Council then wrote a letter to the Regional Commander, Ghana Police Service in Accra. And this is what the letter says. Celebration of Yam Festival by Igbo Chief. Compliment from the Ga Traditional Council to your good office. The Ga Traditional Council has received an invitation. Even invited them. I'm not sure. The Ga Traditional Council has received an invitation and seen a flyer circulating on social media by Eze Dr. Ambassador Chukwudi Jude Enetu, dubbed 2025 Igbo Day in Ghana, New Yam Festival, on September 21st, 2025 at the Efua Sutherland Children Park. If allowed to proceed, can possibly cause mayhem and disturbance of peace and security within the Ga state. Recall to our earlier press release dated 9th July 2025, item 6, as per attached, Eze Dr. Ambassador Chukwudi Jude Enetu was cautioned to desist from all traditional and cultural festivities under the guise of importing Igbo culture into the Gas state. It is to this end that HRM King Taki Tekosuru II has directed me to write to inform you and also seek for your assistance by putting the above program to a halt as soon as possible. And then on and on. So this letter was from the Gat Regional Council, and they sent it to the Regional Commander, Ghana Police Service, Accra, copied Divisional Commander, Police Service Ministries, copied Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs in Accra, copied Minister of Interior, copied National Security, copied the Nigerian High Commissioner in Ghana. Say waiting. Say you want eat yam. You want eat yam, if you enter your house, cook yam, cut yam, chop yam. The question should be this: why are these people not against other ethnicities in their land? There's a video, I'll see if I can find it. People in Ghana, the authorities in Ghana, they recognize certain people. When the event that happened with the Ashanti the other day, they invited the Yoruba chief now. How come they didn't invite this particular one? Because they're not looking for person who can't cause mayhem. Guys, let's just do better, right? This one they didn't copy Nigerian High Commissioner for Ghana. These things say they hate you. Anyway, a few more things will bring people up very soon. I played this video last week where this same Igbo king went to an event and he was not allowed to greet the king. He was directed away. Everybody will be all right. Last, everybody will be all right. Okay, this is bad news, but I hope it's going to turn to good news. DIG Frank Mba's village home was attacked last night at Ezim town in Udenu LGA of Enugu State, Nigeria. It was a face-off between the police station in his compound and unknown kidnappers or gunmen. It was alleged that the kidnappers targeted Mba's mother, but their mission failed as the police were able to stop them. Unfortunately, one policeman lost his life in the ugly incident. According to a reliable source, one of the suspected kidnappers has been arrested, who happens to be an indigenous of the community. However, investigation is still ongoing. Hopefully, the hoodlums will be fished out and brought to book. This is from Chukwudi Collins. It's quite sad. I hope that they rescue the police officer. A few more things. I'll bring people up very soon. 1 second, please. All right. Let us read this other good stuff. I found this online. You know what? I don't know who. One second. I'll have to be able to be sure of the source. Okay, it's not clear, so I can't read the news. It's actually good news, but I don't like waiting. If somebody can ask me, say where I find out, I can't scratch my head. That one look too good. So let's move to other things. Just give me a second, please. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok, please. On YouTube, please like the live, share the live. Thank you very much. Still on the young lady who is trying to have an exhibition. Someone says, I love how it has all metamorphosed. I think that's what he's trying to say. Initially, she was helping promote the culture and we should be thankful. Now she's actually saying explicitly that that's not what she's doing. She will soon mistakenly tell the truth while she is busy gloating and grandstanding. Everyone will be all right. I'm having to scroll past some things because of time. Good good news from Enugu. Enugu State Governor, Mr. Peter Mba, said the state will harness its premium low-sulfur coal to generate 1,000 megawatts of power while expanding aviation and trade opportunities. So that's something good from Enugu State. Look forward to seeing all the great things they want to do. All right. By the way, somebody says they want to recover Anambra, but the very first image they are showing is Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge. It's amazing, but I'm not going to talk on that one because of time. Let's come home to the southwest. There are two things I like us to listen to. One is good, is challenging. The other one is also good, but that one is corrective. So take a listen to the governor of Ogun State, Prince Ẹkáàbọ, and what he has to say about the place that Ogun State occupies as far as manufacturing is concerned in Nigeria. Please take a listen to this.
And that's why we encouraged. I mean, you can see here, you have the breweries here, you have the flour mill, you have Nestle here. Yeah, the list goes on. If I let me tell you, whoever is not here in this thing is not a big player in any industry. And I'm not sure whether Suren showed you our airport.
Oh, yes,
This everything is amazing. It's a new airport. That airport has the highest flights in any airport Nigeria has ever had. So we're very, very intentional. And we'll do everything to get you all the right incentives.
Mm-hmm. That's very
anyone can get. Any incentive. That's the right incentive.
That's very key.
Because our president himself, just like me, because of the private sector, was National Assembly as a legislator, yes, as a governor, before he became president.
Okay.
Successful business. I also have
So, all right. Go listen to that one very soon. Let me just read one news item. So, Okigwe to Abso Road is undergoing massive construction. And so Okigwe to Uturu in Abia State. Okigwe is in Imo State. So that's a federal government project going on. And I'm saying this because, of course, you hear that nothing is happening in the southeast. If you like, build Tower of Babel. When we go reach heaven, they will sit there and say nothing they happen. But some things happen. Nobody's being marginalized. Nobody should lie to anybody. And it's important to mention that. Let me play. Okay, there are some opportunities I'm going to talk about once we're done with this. Let's just listen to this audio first. Then I'll talk about the opportunities. So this is someone speaking to the Oloto. I won't finish it, but tó bá ti dé tó bá ti lọ bí tó bá ti máa lè jẹ́jẹ́ máa pa bó fẹ́ ká gbọ́ kábàlì mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀ níbi agbègbè kan ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Lagos mainland actually, but ibi tọ́rọ̀ yẹn ti ń lọ sìn àwọn kan ti jáde láti sọ̀rọ̀ mo kò fẹ́ máa kàn yẹ ká gbọ́ díẹ̀ ń bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ní jẹ́ kí gbogbo fọ́nrán yẹn kó play tán ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tó ń sọ Yorùbá náà fi sọ̀rọ̀ tó take a listen.
Kábíyèsí Ọba Bashir Abisoye Ọdẹ́sànyà, the Oloto of Oto Kingdom. Bàbá, wọ́n sá, wọ́n kì, wọ́n ní ẹ sọ pé ẹ mọ ẹni tó kú. Ṣẹ́rísà, èmi á rọ̀ yìí pé tó bá yẹ pé lóòótọ́ lẹ ti gbé ilẹ̀ fún àwọn elédè kejì. Ẹ lọ wùdúrà ẹ o, tó bá yẹ pé lóòótọ́ lẹ gba owó lọ́wọ́ wọn, ẹ lọ dá owó wọn padà o. Torí wọ́n ní ẹ̀yin àti àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ Lagos State officials kan, wọ́n ní ẹjọ́ gba owó ní ọwọ́ àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò ni. Wọ́n dárúkọ ẹsẹ̀ to the governor, Dr. Ọlájídé Babátúndé EGIS. Pé wọ́n fún àwọn náà ní $1 million kí wọ́n lè sọjú nù kọ́ bá yín clear ilẹ̀ fún àwọn Ìgbò. Ẹ má dán wò torí tẹ bá dán wò ẹ̀ dán tán. Ṣẹ́rí kò sí ẹni tó ń kó nǹkan Èkó tó ń kó voter tí ò kí ń ní ìnira torí Èkó máa béèrè torí Èkó kọ́ ète wọ́n bá yín sọ wọ́n ní dáhùn àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n pariwo wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ sínú pépà wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ jáde Dr. General Ọláníwájú retired wọ́n pariwo wọ́n lẹ́ẹ̀gbọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Dèjì láti France ọmọọba Ìṣìlókun ó sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní àwọn kan wọ̀n wọn pé kí wọ́n má sọ̀rọ̀ sí ọba kẹ́rí tẹ́bálẹ̀ ní gbọ́ àwa gan ò ní gbà ó torí nǹkan wà tí wọ́n ń pè ní indigenous rights nǹkan tí ó bá máa affect environment àwọn aráàlú ní right láti kọ̀ torí gbogbo wa la rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní etí ọ̀sà àwọn àrà tí àwọn counterpart ní etí ọ̀sà tí wọ́n ti dá tí wọ́n fi ilẹ̀ wọn dá wàhálà ẹ̀ gbogbo wa la yìí ń rọ di ọjọ́ ìníyìí o omi ò jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbádùn torí wọn ò fi orí pípé wọn ò fi tó ìlú wọn lẹ́yìn náà fẹ́ join ẹgbẹ́ àwọn oní Rolls Royce àti gun Rolls Royce ò lé o ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀nà tí ẹ fẹ́ fi gbà láti fi gun Rolls Royce ṣé ọ̀nà tó tọ́ ni kí ara má ba ní ẹ lọ béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó ń gun Rolls Royce ní ọjọ́ ìní pé ṣé ọkàn wọn balẹ̀ torí gbogbo òlu ló ti dàrú gbogbo òlu ló ti bàjẹ́ mọ́ wọn ní orí òun lẹ́yìn náà fẹ́ ara wọlé omi ò kí ń dà wá láàmú ní inú Èkó especially ní mainland ṣùgbọ́n tẹ bá ṣe environmental impact ẹ̀ kò ní da ìdí tí a ṣe ń pariwo pé kẹ má dánwò nìyẹn tẹ bá tiẹ̀ wá fẹ́ ṣé kò sí Yorùbá ń lù mọ́ ni ẹ lè pe Yorùbá méjì mẹ́ta sí márùn pé kí wọ́n lọ wá owó wá kí wọ́n wá develop ṣùgbọ́n àwọn bàbá tó bí yín kọ́nà wọn bá kó fọ́ọ̀rùn kẹ́ bàbá àná wọ́n fi ọpọlọ tòlú nì tó bá yẹ pé wọ́n ti gbé ìlú ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ṣe fẹ́ ṣe yìí kí lẹ máa dé bá kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ máa dé bá ṣe rí gbogbo axis ibi tẹ wà yẹn òun ló mú Èkó bridge dúró ìdí tí àwọn baba ńlá yín tí wọ́n ṣe ta nìyẹn tìtorí pé wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ Èkó wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ àwọn aráàlú wọ́n dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé táwọn bá ṣe impact ní inú environment ní orí environment kò ní dáa torí gbogbo omi tó surround yín ní ibẹ̀ yẹn òun ló jẹ́ kí Èkó bridge kí ó máa jẹ́ Èkó bridge tẹ́bádẹ̀ sanfilẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé kò síbẹ̀ ṣe lè lé omi tó omi máa fà ìwú ẹ̀ padà wá ní nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní etí ọ̀sà nìyẹn ẹ má wá jẹ́ kí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní inú mainland torí gbogbo omi yẹn tó wà ní agbègbè yín òun ló jẹ́ kí Èkó bridge kó dúró bó ṣe ìdúró yẹn ìdí tá a ṣe ń bẹ̀ yín nìyẹn o káàárọ̀ yìí pé kẹ́ má ṣe ẹ má dánwò torí wọ́n ní gbogbo èèyàn tó bá bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ máa ń bájà wọ́n ní gbogbo ọba mainland òun lẹ ti bájà ẹ má dánwò àwa ò fẹ́ kí Èkó kó wá dàbí etí ọ̀sà ìdí tá a ṣe ń bẹ̀ yín nìyẹn pé ẹ wá ọ̀nà míì àbí kẹ́ lọ wá ìbò míì tí ẹ máa gbé tà tó bá yẹ pé lóòótọ́ lẹ̀ ń wá owó tẹ́fẹ́ fi gun Rolls Royce nígbọ́ àdẹ̀ nígbà èmi yìí dẹ̀rẹ̀ mi ò ní dákẹ́ torí ọmọ onílùú ni mí mi ò dẹ̀ ní fẹ́ kí ìlú tú ire o.
pẹ̀tẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀ tó bá lọ ní pọ́pá ẹni tó bá tàbà kan lọ tún bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn àwọn àgbààgbà bọ́dún mi tún pa àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ àwọn àgbààgbà náà dẹ̀ ń gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ti débi àwọn bì kan ṣá so ó dá mi lójú wípé wọ́n máa ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kán ṣe. Speaking of àwọn àgbààgbà it was 10 years on 19th September a couple of days ago that Mama HID Awolowo passed. So the president wrote a very heartfelt message as a tribute to Mama HID Awolowo. Just pray that God will continue to keep the family and that Oruko Baba ni baje, Oruko Mama no ni baje. Àwọn èso tó fi sílẹ̀ náà ní parun. All right, a few more things before we go on. One of these days, I'm going to have the session on Mama HID Awolowo. she was a fantastic woman. She did great stuff that we all can learn from. A couple more things from the news, and I'll bring people up. This is from Prince Dr. Ẹkáàbọ, the governor of Ogun State. He says, over the last 6 years, we have grown Ogun State economy from 3.5 trillion naira to 16 trillion naira, making us one of the fastest growing economies in Nigeria. This growth reflects our deliberate efforts in infrastructure, basic amenities, and the revitalization of tourism, with Odumorok now generating about 20 million naira weekly after its renovation. We recently received MAG Group. in Abeokuta, where they pledged an investment of between $1.8 billion and $2.5 billion in hospitality and entertainment. Their plans include the establishment of Africa's first Disneyland-style resort in Ogun State, alongside hotels, water parks, and other leisure facilities. This pledge confirms the strength of our competitive advantage as a state with vast land, a conducive business environment, and the right human capital. We remain committed to sustaining Ogun State as the investment destination of choice and the true gateway to prosperity. Also, the Special Advisor, Information and Strategy to the President had this to say on the production capacity of passports. NIS to deliver passports within 1 week scales up production capacity to 4,000 to 5,000 daily. The Nigeria Immigration Service (NIS) plans to deliver passports to Nigerians within 1 week, following decentralization of passport production for the first time in 62 years. Minister of Interior Dr. Olubunmi Tunji announced this on Thursday during an inspection of the new centralized passport personalization center at the NIS headquarters in Abuja. The project is 100% ready. Nigeria can now be more productive and efficient in delivering services, Tunji Ojo said. He explained that the old machines could only produce 250 to 300 passports daily, but the new system had a capacity of 4,500 to 5,000 passports every day. With this, NIS can now meet daily demands within just 4 to 5 hours of operation, he added, describing it as a game changer for passport processing in Nigeria. We promised 2-week delivery, and we are now pushing for 1 week. Automation and optimization are crucial for keeping this promise to Nigerians, the minister said. He said the centralized production system aligned with President Bola Tinubu's reform agenda, boosting NIS capacity and changing the narrative for better service delivery. That is something to celebrate. And a few other things that I think people should know about, that we should not just celebrate but take advantage of, some news, some opportunities. Number, what's happening now? So Dangote has some job openings. I'm just going to go to some of them in case you know somebody in Nigeria who won't work for Dangote. All right. But this one, there's a link, by the way. Indigenes of Lagos. No, let me read the whole thing. Good news to indigenes of Lagos State. Dangote Refinery has granted our request for employment opportunities for university graduates in the below disciplines: chemical engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, material and metallurgy, industrial chemistry. First class or upper second class must be an indigene of Lagos State with verifiable proof. They should submit their CVs to this person. I don't know a lot about it, but there's a link there. So what I'm going to do is this. Make your own findings. I'm going to drop the link in the Telegram channel. Then you can question the person, whatever you want to know. But I'm just reading what I found because I think it might help somebody. Okay? So it's on Radio Me Global now. You can check to find details. All right. So something is happening in Abeokuta next month. Again, I'm not paid for these things, but I think it's important to share these things because it can. I don't know who is listening. It might just help somebody. Showcase and expand your business network at Southwest Housing and Construction Exhibition Trade. It's holding in Ogun State. They are organizing this in conjunction with the Ogun State government. So if you're interested, if you're in real estate and things like that, check out swhousingexpo.com.ng. A few more things. Okay, I think that's about it for now. We'll bring people up now, and then we'll have some conversations, and then afterwards we'll get into the topic of today. Today we're discussing how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria, part 6. We're reading the book by Ibi Ayondele, The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society. We're going to get to that in a bit, but for now, let's just bring some people up. You can react. By the way, yesterday, Kabisi, the Oni visited the incoming Olubadan in Ibadan. And the Olubadan himself will be installed on Friday. So, good news all around. All right. If you're sending requests, please, as soon as I bring you up, please mute so that we don't have feedback, and then we'll go straight to the submissions. All right. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Let's bring people up now. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute, and then you'll be called upon to speak. Hello, CEO. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, my brother. Please go on.
Okay. I said happy new week,
Yeah. Same to you, my brother. You're a bit far from your phone, aren't you? I can't really hear you properly.
I'm not. I'm actually close to the phone. I live on speaker. So. Okay. I've listened. I heard the news, and I'm very.
I think it's my phone. Sorry. Please continue. It's not you. It's my phone. It's better now.
Okay. I'm actually very happy with the pushback for Uzo, and like the gentleman rightly said.
Who is Uzo?
The lady doing the Uwambe.
Oh, that's her name.
Yeah, that's her name.
It's a Koloruko Gonself. I can't float to
So, and like the gentleman that commented said that it's not the only fool. I mean, a lot of people were fool, and they were trying to like pander, to like maybe trying to be politically correct, so to say. And now that people are speaking up, I think the exhibition is next month. So, but we'll see how that pans out. And I also understand that maybe they've gathered like maybe 20,000 signatures to try to protest against the way she's going about the whole process. We've tolerated a lot of things for too long, so I think Yorubas are actually waking up now, which is good. Then on Ogun State, also good news as well. The fact that they're able to step up, push up the economy of the turnover for the economy for Ogun State from 6 to 15. That's a very good news. It means that whatever Ashagi is doing in conjunction with all the states, this I say some states are taking advantage of it, and it's working positively. Actually, particularly for Ogun State ought to have taken advantage of this process a long time ago, because Ogun State is right next to Lagos. So, and for some time now, it looks as if past administration prior to Prince Abiodun had just been in slumber until he came, and then also, I think I also want to link that to the fact that the government at the center and the government at the state are in alignment. So maybe the reason why this advantage has not been taken off, but maybe the reason why they've not utilized this advantage in the past was because of the misalignment at the center. So I think it's a good one. Yeah. So I think that's about it. Yeah. Let me yield for someone else.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much for that submission. Let's go to Rabs 4.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I would like to talk about your submission a few minutes ago about the excesses of certain tribes in Nigeria, and you talked about the incident in Ghana. The situation.
There's a lot of hold on, please. There's a lot of movement. Do you mind being still so that we can actually hear what you're saying?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to talk about the fact that you spoke about the Ghanaian incident, and you also spoke about the situations in the south, the situation in the southwest. But I think the best option to controlling the excesses is to take 50% of the way the Ghanaians, of the way the southwest try to accommodate them, and take 50% of the way the Hausas try to accommodate them. If you look at when you are giving analysis, I noticed you didn't speak about, previously you've talked about the North, but today you didn't speak about their excesses in the North, because their excesses is actually well controlled, well defined in the North. The way they
Why do you think that is?
Because they know, previously you say you are giving analysis of how to control them, but you put a disclaimer. I'm not talking about violence, I'm not talking about this. The Hausas won't say that. They let you know where they stand. You misbehave, you get the cane. There is no stick. There is no carrot, it's only stick. So I think we should hold it true. That's what I'm saying. We need to have the carrot and the stick. We need to show them, because even with their excesses, I understand that everybody has a value. Everybody has something to contribute to the economy of Lagos State. But the excesses need to be controlled. For example, I stayed in UK, and if you look at for somebody that is there, you can see when the people, the aborigines, the people that are descendants of this place, when they get angry against immigrants, everybody keep quiet. Everybody try to be sort of diplomatic. They know that you can't control them when they decide to come. And one other thing is, we as people, I think we are talking a lot about why there is a lot of excesses, but I think we need government support. This a few minutes ago, you are talking about a place where the king is trying to sell some lands in Lagos State. I think there is a way the government can still control the excesses of some of these developments holders, which are the kings, those institutions. If the government make it in such a way that if you buy this land, it's just for 50 years. Even if it's an individual, like a family, not even a king, a royal family property, the moment so family house, the Abogunde family house, the Sango family house sells this land, after 50 years, that title of the certificate of ownership of that land reverts back to the royal house of that domain. So you know that you cannot claim that we've bought, or even though they've not bought even 10% of Lagos land, they will know that no matter how many lands you bought, a day will come where the ownership of those lands will revert back to the indigenes. And about the law, about the constitutional review, they are finding all ways and corners to sort of back. I will have. It will have been easier to say in Yoruba, like wọ́n fẹ́ gbé wọ́n fẹ́ gbé ọmọ màlúù kan gbọ́ ojú fèrèsé lóru. You get what? So they are trying to sort of find a way to colonize other people's land. So, but no matter how much we as Yorubas, you as a speaker who understand the history speaking, until we see leaders who are able to galvanize use the law to protect the indigenous, this thing will always continue. You can see some people in government, because of what they are going to eat, even just their voice confer certain level of authority, certain level of rights to the excesses of these people, either because they benefit something from it or either because of their foolishness. So until the leadership will vote into power, not at the federal level, we as Yoruba need to protect our space. I have always believed that Nigeria is Yoruba, Yoruba is Nigeria. Because no matter what is going on in the north, the insecurity in the north, Nigeria never shakes. No matter the insecurity going on in the east, the Nigerian state never shakes. But if a pin drops in the southwest, if you look at the issue of NSAS, it's majorly in the southwest. If you look at many issues where the players, Premier League players are conversing for the Obamas, are saying this, you will always know all these things that happens in Nigeria that sees international recognition always happen in the southwest. So if our people does not protect that domain, the leadership we vote into power are busy just with other things, not listening to the people. One day will come where the people are going to really ask. And the way the people are going to ask is not the way the Yoruba is asking right now. It's the way the Hausas are asking. That is my own submission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, my brother. I really hope that we'll not get there. I didn't say I don't want to. Let me put it this way. I hope we don't get. Let me just put it that way. I hope we don't get there because Yoruba Buru. And I don't think people really understand how bad Yoruba can be. Especially from folks from the southeast, they don't get it. But I hope we don't have to get into all those things. But thank you very much for that submission. I'd like to read some comments before we go on. We have some comments on YouTube. 1 second, please. Okay, good. So Kobo says there are genes in indigenship. It is by ancestral lineage. It cannot be legislated by laws. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't, become a citizen based on law. It has to be based on the culture of the place itself, and you also have to be connected ancestrally, especially in a place like Nigeria right now. Don't be detribalized. If you do, you are killing yourself and the next generation to the point that you become lost. And I'm going to speak on something before we go. You see, when people say things about let's have a Nigerian, I don't even go to what I hear this weekend. I was just ashamed of. I was just not ashamed. I was disappointed. An elderly person who's supposed to be educated just saying, if you really look at it, all of us are connected somehow. Like, what are you looking for? Are your family members lost? Which one is we are all, if you really look back, so we have to look for torchlight. Where were we connected? How many years ago was my great grandfather and your great? What is this? So you are forcing unity until you lose what is yours, and you now begin to cry like, oh, see these people. Look at what's happening all over South. Learn from them. Observe what's happening in Delta State, what's happening in River State, especially those two states. Why are they pushing back the way they are pushing back? Is it because they hate people or because you don't know the history behind their pushback? Do we have to go to that level? I played the video here last week. After the war, folks in Rivers State said nobody is coming back to occupy this place, and nobody got back there. We opened our doors and say, oh, Omoluabi, let's welcome people, thinking that we are, that's a normal thing to do in normal circumstances, but those were abnormal circumstances because of the kind of people that will be welcomed in. I'm not saying everybody in the East is like that, but I'm saying there's a cultural issue at stake here. There's a cultural issue. This is not about, they are good Igbo people. I've met a lot of them. They are great, good people, great nation, wonderful humans. But I'm saying there's a culture that needs to be worked on. And it's not my job to work on other person's culture. My job is to protect my own space. And that doesn't mean I hate anybody. You should do the same thing, by the way. That's why you see a lot of people shouting. The other day, when you saw people carrying guns, shooting cows in Southeast, you people were happy now. We don't want cows in our region. We don't want cows in our land. Fulani must go. That's why whenever they come to me with all this, I want Nigeria must be an indigene in Yoruba land, I ask them, would you be happy if a Fulani person come? And there's never been one of them who ever gave me a straight answer. They say, don't compare us to Fulani. You are literally the same. Like, are Fulani not human beings? We don't want Fulani, but it's not like compare us to yourself. Like, no, Fulani people are human beings. Why don't you want them to also have kidney in your land? Space in your land, as a kidney. A few more stuff from YouTube. Princess Mo says the Igbos are not part of the identity. Well, I don't know about that. Kubo says Igbo land may be blessed, but they are plagued with exceptionally irresponsible leaders. Oh, you are responding to what I said earlier when I said Igbo land is blessed. I believe Igbo land is blessed. When you said they are plagued with exceptionally irresponsible leaders. Define leader. A place where everybody is Oga. Everybody be fine. Somebody says, what about the North? Do they have sea? Oh, that was back in the time in when I was talking earlier. Ibadan doesn't need sea. Ogunpa and Ashejire are more than enough. Abba now. Ṣọ́n fẹ́ gbọ́ ọkọ̀ ojú omi. Wọ́n fẹ́ kẹ́rù láti Europe lọ sí Ashejire. I'm sure you were being sarcastic, but well done. They kept shouting that they don't have sea. Do the northern states have sea? That's Princess Mo. They will never condemn the leader, but when it comes to Yoruba land, they have the strongest voice. Oh, Kolosha Noah. And then lastly on Balogun Eko, Kubo says Balogun Eko has spoken well. Genuine diasporan says Balogun Eko is very frank and direct. Thank you very much for your responses. So I'll just say it this way. I think, every state is blessed, because we are not fighting anybody. We are just saying that cannot be moving mad, in Yoruba land. That's all. Nobody say everybody fight anybody. But there's one more person who is about to come up. Ashejire has agricultural benefits, of course. Ashejire also feeds them. I think he feeds NBC, Nigerian Bottling Company. There's a dam there. There's Ashejire Dam. But Ashejire on Okun. But I don't need Okun. I won't have Okun tán sọ gan. Àmọ́ yìí Okun tí ò ní nǹkan tó ń jáde ńbẹ̀. Ká ṣá máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Àìlọ́pọlọ ni Ọlọ́run dáríjì mí. Àìlọ́pọlọ ni. Tó bá ti wo nu leko pé nǹkan kí Ọlọ́run fún mi tèmi náà lè lò nú láyìíká mi. If you're not thinking of what you can take advantage of in your environment, you're always looking at what's happening in other spaces, you can't make progress. And I think that's a major problem in some parts of Nigeria. But let's have one more person. Someone is sending the request. We'll hear them out and then we'll move on to the topic of today. Hello, Are.
Prof. Been a while, brother. Yeah, Ẹkáàbọ. You said when you are talking about some of these Igbo people are good, some of Igbo are good. I totally disagree with you on that because they all have the same agenda, sir. No, to be honest with you, Professor Busuyi, these people have the same agenda. Okay, you put 100 people down. Out of that 100 people, all right, 99.5 of them, all right, they are bad.
How did you get 0.5? How did you get 0.5 of a human being?
I'm just telling, sir, I'm just telling you, because when you talk to them, when you have a serious interaction with them, right, you will know that they are all seeking for the same agenda.
True.
Every one of them believe that, okay, Lagos is no man's land. Forget about all these shenanigans, all these emotional dramas that you are seeing when they are talking. Initially, you know, during that last election, you know, based on the lies and the propaganda that they propagate against Asiwaju, you know, I personally voted for, what is it called? This their brother, Obi. But it was later on Twitter, and I saw that, oh, we've taken over Lagos. The next place to go now is Ibadan. That was when I realized that, really? So you want to conquer my land in Ibadan? So this is not even about election. It's not. No, I'm serious. This is not all about election. It's about conquering another place territory. I'm like, no. Immediately on that day, I regretted my action that I voted for that Obi. To be honest, you know, on that same evening, I'm like, so we are doing one Nigeria here. So these people doesn't even have one Nigeria in their mind. Their mind is somewhere else. To conquer our land, to make our land their own, to change our tradition, to change our culture. No. There should be resistance. This is not an issue of, we don't care. Either the, okay, during, Baba, go back to the history. During the regional system of government, I can boldly say it is only the West that you can point out or that this is Nigeria. And after the way you go to the northern part of Nigeria, in the eastern part of Nigeria, did they have a leader then? What are their leaders doing? Why their leaders are not developing their region? Yes, you can see that these people are very lazy in thinking. They are very, very lazy in thinking. It's not until you have everything that you needed in this life before you can make your region a very robust and attractive place for people to come in, to come and do what, to come and establish in your region. How many companies do they have there? Do we have seaports in Oyo State? We have the Exide battery factory. Do we have a seaport where we have a Leyland company where they are assembling the vehicle, the trucks? So they always do what they always love, playing game. Look at this their leader that died of recent, maybe 1 year or something. He called us rascality, Yoruba rascality. Now tell me, how are you going to differentiate that? Okay, this one is good Igbo, this one is bad Igbo. They are always the same thing. They face the same direction. I was on live program here this morning when I was at work, right? And I was in 25 live program, and they showed me a picture of a little guy that lives in Lagos, their own region. Either the guy is still alive or the guy has been fired, I don't know. But they show us the picture. I'm like, why these people are like this? You don't even verify something. Whatever anybody brings to your region, that is what you will take. Now you will now start blaming other people. That one by the side. How do we even connect in the one in a nutshell? Do we even connect at all?
One more minute,
right,
please. Are you asking a question?
I'm asking you a question, Professor.
What's the question?
That how do? Yeah, you said there are some good Igbos. That is my question. That where did you see some good Igbo? Because I do business with them as well. Where are the good
Where do I
Igbos?
see them? They are where
you,
they are.
You are the, bro. You are the one that said there are some good Igbo. But
yes.
Where are they when Nnamdi Kanu? Where are they when Nnamdi Kanu was mesmerizing with the other region?
So hold on.
Leaders?
Okay, hold on.
Prof, please, can I make a statement?
No,
about
not
this?
yet. No. Let's not do that way, please. Just hold on. Are there good Igbo people? Yes. They are good. Sherry. Think about what you doing for. And we have to be careful of what we're putting out. There are good Igbo people. Here's the problem. They are few and they are quiet. And therefore, because they are few and they are quiet, and the loudest ones and the majority are the ones who just constitute whatever they constitute all over the place. That's exactly what everybody says everywhere they go. So what do you see here? When did I mentioned that there are good Igbos when I was reading responses to what the young lady that wanted to do exhibition, what she did. One of those responses was from an Igbo man, and was unequivocal about condemning what she's doing. You can't act like that person doesn't exist. They are infinitesimal compared to the larger group. That is true. But you can't have a session like this and I'll just say, oh, everybody. Nah. You can't dehumanize an entire group. The point is that they are small and they don't talk. Therefore, they don't count. But it's not like they don't exist. I don't know if you get. So it's the balance. The balance is not that, oh, I don't want to say they are bad because I don't want people to hate me. I don't care. But I also think when I read something and I see what an Igbo person said about a particular situation, I mean, there's Truth Matu came up here the other day and spoke about what Igbo people are doing that's wrong. And it's Igbo. They are very few, and they are very quiet. But they exist. And I think it's important to also acknowledge it sometimes. That's what I because I'm not creating something to just be fighting an ethnic group. I'm not fighting people. I'm not fighting Igbo. I'm not fighting. If an Igbo person says something good, I can't act like it doesn't exist. I'll acknowledge it. If I see something good happen in Enugu, I'm going to talk about it. I'm not here to fight Igbo people. I'm here to defend my space. So if there's an Igbo person, for instance, who is defending my space, I'm going to work with him. Let me share something with you from Malcolm X. If you read the book, the one by Alex Haley. In the beginning of the movement of this Nation of Islam, when X began to find his voice, he hated anything white. When JFK was assassinated, you know what Malcolm X said? He said the chickens have come home to roost. He had no qualms about, like, if you're white, so what? Because of his experience as a young person, the whites had shown him pepper. You know, the killing of his father, the burning, terrible things had happened because of the relationship with white people. So as far as he's concerned, there's no good white person. Then he goes to Mecca. And in Mecca, he sees white Muslims. He sees Muslims from different races. He sees folks from Africa, from Europe, who are Muslims. I'm not a Muslim, I'm just making a point. But there's a part, you know, this one is not even in the book. I think it's in the movie, where a white person was asking him, what can we do to help? And he said, nothing. And he was saying that based on our skin color, nothing else. When he was done with Hajj, he travels back to America and then began to collaborate with other people. Now, I'm saying that, so the way this works is this. There is one person, there has to be at least one, there has to be at least one person in a group that has sense. And that one person in that group, right? Sometimes, not every time. Again, I'm not here to do any PC. This is not political correctness. If you know me, I don't do that. But when that one person says something that aligns with reason, I think it's incumbent on people like us to actually highlight what they have said. If you don't do that, that means that you're also a hypocrite. You're also acting like it doesn't exist. I can say he exists, he's in the minority, and most of them don't talk. But I can't say it doesn't, because when I do that, we do that because we also want to justify a particular feeling that we have towards another group. I don't want to be that. So When you say where have I met them? Everywhere. You meet people in real life now. You meet people on social media. Everybody's not stupid. It's just that most of the loud ones, those ones don't have nothing in their brains. They're just talking nonsense. But there are those who are few. But the only issue that we should be telling those ones is this: if you are few and you're now quiet, it's as though you are not existing. They should know that. When I get to talking about politics and history and everything and how Igbos have a particular agenda, I will say it and I will use the word cultural. See, we have to be very careful with words. If you go beyond the culture of the people, the actions of the people, those amongst them that can be your allies, you have so more than them, because as far as you're concerned, nobody is good from that place. I don't think so. But that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I like to toe that path rather than going to the extreme of everybody there is terrible. Maybe they are, but maybe I also met one or two. And I want to acknowledge them, even when I'm saying what I'm saying. And I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. You can acknowledge what's good and still talk about what happened that is bad. So, the important thing is that we should protect our own place. If you like, they should change. If you like, they should not change. But when I push back and somebody comes at me, they'll collect. Again, also I should remember context. The context was an Igbo man responded to a person misbehaving, and I read it out and I said there are good Igbos, and you have to acknowledge that, or unless you don't want to see anything good in them. But that's not my style. But thank you very much for speaking. I'll take everybody down now so we can get into class, right? It's 3:48 p.m. Thank you very much. Somebody says the good ones are 0.0001%. At least they exist. Let me tell you something. One of the reasons I do these things is also because history can be dangerous. History can be dangerous. And if you don't put out caveats here and there, you will actually generate so much hate that even you will not be able to handle it. History is there are some things I'm reading, I'll stop, I'll explain, I'll go around, I'll look for one book to doubt something. There's a reason. History can be a tool for destruction if you want it to be that way. It's amoral. It can be anything you want it to be. And you may meet somebody from, this is not today's topic, but you may meet somebody from any region. Maybe you're in the capacity to help them. You can't say no because we are from that ethnic group. I'm just trying to make sure that we are balanced, because, again, the motivation is love for Yoruba people, not hate for another group. So if somebody from that place comes into my space and needs my help, I can't just say, because you are from that place, out. I just don't think that is... It shows your heart is being corrupted, in my opinion. That's what I just think. So, and hate is a very dangerous thing. Let me tell you why I also hate. I mean, I'm using the word hate interestingly. Why I also run away from hate. When you are done hating the outsiders, you now begin to transfer the hate to the insiders. That's when you discover that your homogeneity also has heterogeneity inside it. You now begin to delineate. I have seen this thing happen. I have seen it. And I'm very, very careful. Torí ṣe àwọn tó máa sọ pé ká ṣe báyìí tó bá ti ṣó àwọn ará àtàtàn ara wọn ló máa kù. The reason is that energy that you generated is not going to die. Ó ṣì wà ńbẹ̀, so a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò fún ara wa. Ká tó mọ̀ nsìn, ó máa di ìlú wo ni wọ́n ti wá. That's why I try not to go in that direction. But if it's about protecting my space, oh boy, that one we're 100% there. Okay, a few more comments before we go on. Someone says, Prof, don't you think what the Igbos inherited is still the same obnoxious character they portray today? I think you know the answer to that. Next question. No, sorry, next comment. They've been hating us for a long time. Okay. What has it given to them? Think about it. What you just read in the comment section, right? That hate that they've had towards us. Kilo beef mobile. What do they have? What has that hate produced for them? Look at the region. I don't know if we usually look at the region and look at the news coming out of that region. What do you think? I mean, do you want that kind of thing to happen in your region? That's the product of hate. That's what Nnamdi Kanu was sharing with everybody, and they were taking it in like gospel. That's what hate can do. Hate that they had for others is now what you see happening amongst themselves. They're literally killing themselves. Because the hate has to work somewhere. That hate has to find its way. And if you cannot kill Nigerian soldiers or kill other people, which, by the way, I hope nobody ever has to. I hope all the soldiers are well and all that. But if you cannot kill the outsiders, before you know it, they'll start killing. They all have guns now. ESN. Who is the one commanding the ESN? Is it Nnamdi Kanu that started this? Or Ekpa that was selling Ekpa in Finland? Or the gentle Yahoo that was captured last week? Or his deputy that was killed last week? Everybody is now everywhere with guns. But that hate is still there. See them speak on social media. See the what's the word? It's venom. It's almost real. It's almost tangible. Like you could almost feel it. It will consume them before it consumes outsiders. That's the point. That's why I'm saying don't go in that direction. The vow, yes, the venom. You see the way they talk now. You see it's as if they're always fighting somebody. It's a seed that was planted by propaganda, and that seed cannot die. The only thing can do that seed there is to convert it. But conversion, always like they're against us, they hate us. No matter what you do in the southeast. They built what was that road? Niger Bridge, second Niger Bridge. Say, what did he do? What did he do? It doesn't matter what you do. Tinubu is building roads right now. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening in our region. It's a spirit. We don't want to have that spirit here, but you can push back against it. You can get it out of your space and protect your people. Once you are thinking about protecting your people, what will happen is that love will spread in your heart. It's not about them. It's about mine. But when you come my way, the love in my heart for my people can make me to deal with you. And it's not because I hate you. It's like when a soldier goes to fight. The soldier killing the other person doesn't hate those people. For the most part, the soldier is not killing the other soldiers or the other side because he hates them. He's doing that to protect his people. You protect your people if you like. But the point is not, you don't even need to hate them. Just protect your people with your guns. Shoot the opponent, but you're not hating that person. But I hope this makes sense, because you don't want to have what they have in the society or long. You don't. People don't know how bad this thing is. The other day I posted the thing about Ikwere. The Igbos came out like ants from wherever it is. I'm using JP Clark's line. And began to say, face your own issue, face your own matter. Why? Because most of us don't know. We don't know what's happening in the South. We don't know what happened between them before 1960 and during the war and after the war. We don't know. If we knew what happened, it would be different. But again, just protect your place, but yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Are, CEO. The gentleman wanted to speak. Oh, it has gone down. All right. I hope you come up another time. But thank you very much. We're going to move on to the topic of today. It's almost 4 p.m., so we're right on time. Someone says, how can you hate the people that accommodated you? That's their business. Someone says, in fact, for that, I grew up with the Igbos. To take up this conversation is unbelievable. Yoruba first. Yeah. In fact, okay, that's why we need to push back with all our strength. Yes, but... ìwọ̀ntúnwọ̀nsì. You know the funny thing. This is where Mr. Lelekon. This is where Are is correct. Though, by the way, somebody just went on my YouTube one of the videos on YouTube and wrote, "Go and wake as it." No, sorry. No, he said, "Don't let hate consume you." Am I the one hate is consuming or you? Don't let hate swallow you every day. You are dropping video, Igbo this, Igbo that. My guy, there's no future. There's no future in the past. That's because you have no past to look at. And this is, to be fair, it's a cultural thing for the Igbos. There's this thing where you're trying to escape something. You don't want anybody to mention the past because there's nothing good in the past. But that's your own reality. That's not mine. I'm Yoruba. The past is beautiful. And I'm not living there. I'm taking lessons there so I can build something today and have a better tomorrow. And my children can also have a better tomorrow. Meanwhile, are these the same people that said that there's no history in schools? They should bring back history. Now we're discussing history. They say forget the past. Kò sọ́gbọ́n tó lè dá, kò síwà tó lè wù, kò sọ́nà tó lè fi táyé lọ́rùn o. You can't please people. But let me also say this. I don't say these things as a person who panders or that I'm doing PCO. You know me. Everybody can collect. It's just that with love, I will deal with you. But I don't hate you. But I will deal with you if you need to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Baba Itisokale, when you said 95.5% are from this, where did you get the 0.5%? Because you said 100 human beings. You didn't say 100%. You said 100 human beings. The 95.5% are somehow. How did you arrive at 0.5%? Did you cut 1% to 2? That's a joke, by the way. There's a book I want to quickly read something from before we get into today's topic. It was one of the books I was reading this weekend. Powerful book. The book is called Nigeria and Gunpowder, The Climax of Misrule by Victor Olutaiwo. Before we read this, please, if you're on TikTok, kindly power tap, share the live, drop a gift, drop your heart me. Let's get this on the FYP. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. On Facebook, I think we're also on Twitch. We'll make sure that we are on Twitter tomorrow, but I think we're on Twitch as well. Yes, so we are streaming on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch. We'll have Twitter tomorrow. We tested Twitter out earlier and it was quite good, so we'll make it better tomorrow. Thank you for the gift, Ojulokpe. Please check. I can't check actually, because by the way, if you see me looking up, it's because we're doing something different today, and I'm using some new gear, so I'm trying to also keep an eye on those things, but I think we're good. So tomorrow we're gonna have, no, not tomorrow, it could be tomorrow, we can have Twitter, but the Twitter is video shao Yemaje Ola Lobai Ekamaba area Niyobo. You know, the funny thing about this thing is that there are so many platforms, but people keep saying, it should get there. So hopefully it works. All right. I was going to read something to you from this book by Victor Olutaiwo, Nigeria and Gunpowder. I'll read that before we get into the topic of today. Today's topic, of course, is ethnicity, how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria, part 6. We're reading the book, The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayondele. The book was published in 1974, but if I told you it was published last month, you would still tell me I'm correct. Like I said, Nigeria's history, the more things change, the more they remain the same. And there's a lot of lessons to learn, and we have to get to the point in our lives where we're not bamboozled by the need for unity. It's a word that we have misused in Nigeria. We need to unite. That kind of ridiculous unity is what they call the tribalisation. You are from nowhere, you belong to everybody, nobody is a lie. It doesn't work like that. We're going to read that later. But let me just read something to you from this book before we get on. So again, the book is called Nigerian Gunpowder, The Climax of Misrule. Just want to read a few things here. The writer says, each morning I wake up and see what goes on in the nation. I feel deeply sad and disconsolate. A person of my stamp cannot but be sad and tremble. For a non-Nigerian resident who might want to know what has gone so wrong with the nation, Nigeria is a nation in sheer distress and chaos. I think he's right as a writer, but I think Nigeria is not yet a nation. And I don't think Nigeria should bother trying to become a nation. Nigeria should just be like the UK, just be a country, a political entity, a sovereign state, and be comfortable with the fact that there are many nations within you, and everything will change. I'm not saying it will be easy, but at least you'll be following the natural order of things. Let's read a few more things. It says, Nigeria is a nation in sheer distress and chaos. Every bad, ugly, and odd thing imaginable in the world is so deeply entrenched in it that it has, as far as I am concerned, lost its contemporary feminine bearings. She and her for it. Then it says, okay. It says, one glaring destructive effect in our system is that we have shied away from the truth and realities for too long, for security of life and personal selfish purposes. And if the nail is not one day hit on the head, the peril will be the lot of us all and the innocent generations to come. Let the truth therefore be said, and let heaven fall if it will. I think we've been lied to. We've been lied to for a long time, right? Our history, you've been made to believe that right is wrong, wrong is right. So people you are calling father of Guinea, they are not what they seem to be. E.g., all those Pan-African Guinea, it'll be like that. The real truth of what has happened in history, I think, has been hidden. Now, let me say this. Sometimes I think it's important to hide some things from the generality of the people. Not because you want them to be ignorant, but because you know the cost of truth. Guys, truth has a cost. Or truth has a cost. However, I think people should know enough to be able to live the way God wants them to live, or the way God that created them to be. And they should also know enough not to blame their parents for the errors of other people. There are some deeper things that you have to be careful of who you share with, but that pride that every human being should have should not be taken away from people because you're trying to have national unity, where generations and generations of Yoruba people have had to bear the lies and propaganda from the East, especially, that they owe them something. The Nigeria owes some people something, or the Yoruba people did something to some people, and then you don't, for the most part, you don't have anything to say. You're just quiet, and before you know it, you are acquiescing to their nonsense because in your mind you're talking to a victim. That is power in his hands. Your ignorance is his power. And no matter what you do, to be clear, no matter what you do, a person who thrives on victimhood will forever be a victim, no matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you give them, it doesn't matter. And he's not doing that because he wants Nigeria. He's doing that because he loves his ethnic group. By the way, which is not bad. The only problem with the Southeast, and you look at the way Nigeria works, is that the Southeast loves its people at the expense of other people. Everybody should love their people. I love Yoruba people. I love us to beat. But I don't love us. I don't love us to the detriment of others. In other words, I'm not doing stuff because I want to destroy another group, which is what you find in Nigerian history. And the crazy part is that the person who does this thing is the one who turns around and says he's not the tribalist, he's the Pan-Nigerian, he's the Pan-African, but you are the tribalist, but he's the one destroying you. But you're supposed to take it because, after all, are you not Nigerian? Are we not together? Somebody says tribalism has been the best weapon against us. No. Hypocrisy is a major problem, not tribalism. All this tribalism, you guys use we use words that make sure that we are not responsible for the problem. Hypocrisy, Nigeria. We have a lot of hypocrites in this country. They know the issue. They'll be going around. They won't. I mean, again, like I said, you have to be measured. You're not trying to do this to cause wala, but you've got to be truthful. The structure of Nigeria is warped. The people who cause trouble should be mentioned. Well, I won't mention all of them, Sha. If you're from the South, sincerely, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. But people from your region have done a lot of harm to this country. A lot. And I'm not saying that any region is exempt, but I'm going to read something to you from this book that I think captures what I'm about to say. There's no perfect ethnicity in Nigeria, but some ethnicity, I'm a Yoruba person, our own problem for Yoruba land now within us. Some people's problem is to be destroyed, is to be Tojubole Eronuru. I want to read something. Let me see if I can quickly find it. That's actually where I want to start from today. I saw it this morning. This is not cool. I thought I noted it. I'm going to find it. Probably take a second. What he was saying essentially was how every group in Nigeria has contributed to the problems of Nigeria, but I like the way he broke it down, especially for the three main groups. And like I said, there's no perfect group. Even my own group, we have issues. But the good thing about the issue of my group is that Oronuleni was supposed to fix it inside. We've never had a history of going to everybody, other person's space, trying to take it over, to destroy it so that we can win. Which, to be clear, is what folks from the South have done in Nigerian politics. I'm not saying everybody. You may think, by the way, most of you have now made it a culture. Made it a culture. King Ibeju, I've been seeing your stuff. Please calm down, or else you'll be out of this place. So, but I'm glad you are here. Hopefully, this will help. For some weird reasons, I don't know where that page is. I really thought I marked it. Odumisha. Maybe I'll read it another time. See, this is the funny thing about hard copies is you don't have keywords to type. Someone says, when Igbos voted for Obasanjo against Ekweme, were they spreading hate? Who are you asking? Now you know what to not make you vote for Ekweme now. By the way, did Ekweme even run? Are you okay? Which Ekweme ran in 1999 in PDP? When you guys want to lie, do you not think about it like, how stupid am I going to sound if I lie like this? Will people know? Because you know it's not your family members you're talking to here. You know, maybe in your family they allow things to slide. You know, maybe among your family members you can lie. You know, nobody will ask questions, but they use sense small low. How did Ekweme run for office in 1999? One second, I'm sorry. But I say get one person where his brain needs to be reset. Take a break for 5 minutes. Ekweme never contested. Ekweme was vice president in 1979. That was the last time he contested. He wanted to be president in 1999, and then he dropped off during the primaries. This one said they voted for Kiniko and Ekweme. That's the thing about you guys. You guys were not raised on truth. You were just raised on hate, and hate doesn't require truth. Propaganda is just enough. Meanwhile, I'm using the opportunity to also respond to people in the comment section, so we are good. We're not losing anything. like say this thing don't fly away, so we'll come back to it some other time. But the point, what I want to read it exactly the way he said it. So it was about what the different groups have done in Nigeria. It talks about how the Hausas are very self-centered. It talks about how the Igbos are selfish. It talks about how the Yoruba people are divided amongst ourselves. And these things are true. I just want to read it the way he said it, because I like I said, when it comes to some very, major things, I like to read rather than say them, so that Omali Wale Dada. But that's a summary of everything, right? The Northerners, especially the leadership, very self-centered. The Easterners, very selfish. They will destroy everybody just to get ahead. The Yoruba people, those ones, they will be shouting that they can speak English, but small matter like this, they will break and be looking for outsiders to come and settle their issue. That's our own issue, which we have to work on. And outsiders usually use that against us, which makes absolutely no sense. I'll find that page. Maybe on Wednesday I'm going to read it out. It's actually quite sad because I thought I marked it. Interesting, this book is actually marked, so I'm wondering why I can't find that one. But I read it. But that's the summary of the point I wanted to make from that book. Somebody says, when Igbo voted for Obasanjo against Ekweme in PDP primaries, were they spreading it? Are you sure you're not spreading stupidity like this? How many Igbos? Jesus Christ. You really thought you decided who was going to be the... I beg, may I not talk? I beg in the name of God. Please. I didn't call you stupid, though. I said you are spreading stupidity. You've been saying since that I've been spreading lies now. You'll be... Why are you guys dumb like this? You were insulting me. I only said that you are spreading stupidity, and now you have taken offense. You are not ready. All the things you've been writing, you thought I didn't see it? You think I didn't? I saw those things now. I saw them. I just acted as if, because it doesn't really matter. You need to be decorous. Decorous go. They are money. If you are going to push narratives that make no sense, then be ready for pushbacks. And if I'm very gentle with you and then you are using words like falsehood and lies and everything in connection with me, you are stupid. Now I said it. Then I said you were spreading stupidity. Now I'm saying you are stupid. But may God bless you and remove the stupidity in Jesus' name. And don't cross the road with this brain. How can you be saying that Igbos voted Obasanjo against Ekweme? What was my business? Did the Igbos unilaterally decided who was going to be the... Did they unilaterally decide who was going to be the presidential candidate of PDP in 1999? Oh, gal. Guys, I'm sorry, we're going to get into the book very soon. We've not even opened the book at all. So somebody says, didn't Igbos vote for Obasanjo in the primaries? Go and ask your leaders at this point. I'm sorry. Ask your leaders if they voted for him during the primaries. God bless you. Let's not fight. But these questions are meant for your elders, to be honest. What can I do? How old am I? Someone says, majority makes it all. Let's say it as it is. Salute, sir. Naija Giza. Good to see you. All right, let's move on from all this PDP thing. Let's go back to the book. Were Igbo spreading hate when they voted for Yar'Adua? Go and ask them now. Who was Yar'Adua competing against? Who was he contesting against? Meanwhile, that's the last time I'm going to respond. Stop disturbing me in the comment section. God be with you. If you get too much, I go mute you. May God bless all of us in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's go to the book now. So, the point I was trying to make from that book is this. He talked about what happened. He's trying to distract me. Don't worry. He said, me. I just had those 5 minutes. Now I'm done. Any other nonsense like this, what you walk bull on here, call him I swear. My lobby. All right, let's get to the book. The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society is a book. Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to mute this clown. 2 followers, 2 following. You and the people you are following, we will go into ballet. Let's read. The title of today's session is How Ethnicity Influences Politics in Nigeria, Part 6. I'm reading the book The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayondele. Again, the book was published in 1974, but what's in here might as well have been written last night. It says here, while the going was good and the marriage of convenience, again, we've talked about a lot of things, so I'm trying not to go back because I usually spend too much time on the recaps. So let's just go on. If you want to know what we discussed, please go to the live section, Busui Oris on YouTube channel. You'll find the past conversations we've had. So let's go on. So we talked about, I can't do this without recap, it's crazy. It says here, Nnamdi Azikiwe was prominently and vocally, let me take it slowly. Nnamdi Azikiwe was prominently and vocally connected with the Igbo State Union. Naturally, he did his best to see that the interest of the Igbo was not adversely affected. Thus, in the 50s, whilst Awolowo was being a quixotic idealist, injuring the most precious feelings of the Fulani Hausa leadership, Azikiwe was far more restrained and anxious to cooperate with the Fulani Hausa leadership. There was no question of him being petulantly arrogant like his Yoruba rival, who reportedly boasted once that he would never serve under a Northerner. A tactician and a strategist, he knew when and where to stop. In 1959, he decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government. Although, in practice, the Igbo became the senior partner. Excuse me, please. The Igbo became... Sorry, guys. I have a lot of things around me, so please just bear with me, please. So he says, a tactician and strategist, he knew when and where to stop. In 1959, he decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government, though in practice, the Igbo became the senior partner, holding the higher echelons in the civil service and the foreign embassies. And we explained last week that Azikiwe did not do that in 59 because he was a fantastic strategist. He did that because he had stolen money. He had misappropriated funds from the Eastern Region Marketing Board, totaling £877,000 in 1955, and there was a commission of inquiry. There was a discussion in 56, Foster Sutton Tribunal then happened, and he was guilty, by the way, and that was the basis that the British used to get him to work with the North. So he didn't work with the North because he wanted to. He worked with the North because he didn't want to go to prison. Okay, because of course, like I said, he was guilty. How do I know that? Last week we played. I'm going to upload that video later tonight. The video where Harold Smith, the colonial officer who got to Nigeria in 1955, he talked about how the entire episode went down and how they were able to convince Zeke to do their bidding. And we also read some things from a book called A Fatherless People by Dele Ogun. Also, I like some of those things. We're going to talk about some of those things much later, just to make the point that yes, it is true that Awolowo was somebody who would not work with the North. Papa had a disdain for the feudal system, and he just didn't see any reason why he should be working with the establishment. He did work with the North. By the way, for Yoruba here, we've talked about this before, but it bears repeating. Awo worked with the North. Awo just did not work with the establishment. In other words, he had people with whom he worked in the North, whether it was in the Middle Belt or even the core North. Action Group went as far as Sokoto. It's just that Awo did not work with the establishment because Awo knew that the way the entire place was structured, everybody knew their place. As a matter of fact, one of the major problems that happened between Awo and Ahmadu Bello was that Awo essentially invaded the North to campaign for the 1959 elections, went everywhere, and is campaigning, or is the novel ideas he brought into campaigning at the time, bringing helicopters and choppers and things like that, excuse me, was so brilliant that for the first time, Ahmadu Bello had to leave his palace or his house, which was like a palace to be honest, to go to the people to canvass for votes, something he would not do on a normal day. Right? So these are the kind of things that happened. He just didn't care for the style that they had. And when we're discussing Awo and Akintola after this series, we're going to go deep into the details of what I'm trying to say, but I don't want to change the topic for today. So yes, he did work with the federal government or with the NPC, and yes, the Igbos became the senior partner. So if you, again, like I said the other day, there was a switch in the words that he used here, and you have to notice it. It says here, in 1959, Azikiwe decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government. So what you notice is you hear parties, NCNC, NPC. NCNC was the junior partner to NPC in government. Let's go on. Though in practice, the Igbo became the senior partner, not the NCNC. So if you were in NCNC and you're from the West, you would notice then that the plum jobs, the opportunities, the promotions were not going to the Southerners. They were going to the Igbos primarily, and then the Easterners much later. And when you read books, and yet it's like it was by merit. By the way, one of the worst books you can read on this matter is the one by Chinua Achebe, where he tried to push that narrative that they did it by merit and the country should be, should be celebrating what they did. It wasn't by merit; it was by nepotism. Again, if you've not watched that video on YouTube, please check it out. It's called Achebe, Meritocracy or Nepotism. We went through a lot of documents just to explain what really happened back in the 60s, especially from 1960 to 1964, and later on from January of 66 to July of 66. What you saw was nepotism at its worst. However restrained as he was as president of the First Republic, the tribalist in him, that's in Azikiwe, surfaced on some occasions. On those occasions when his tribe was in trouble. For instance, while the going was good and the marriage of convenience with the Northerners was all right, Nnamdi Azikiwe said nothing whatsoever publicly about the Tiv riots. Guys, do you mind if I pause to answer this person? Just this once. I've been seeing the stuff, his comments, but I'm just going to answer one time. He says political parties are made up of human beings. So, if you're asking, I'm even wasting my time. If you're asking a question, ask your question. If you ask a question, I promise I'm going to stop and answer you. I know where you're going, but ask the question. Be bold. Ask the question, then I promise I'm going to pause and answer you. But let me just go on. Where you are right now is still abstract. I know where you're going, but you have to get there. I won't help you get. When you get there, I will now come in. Thank you very much for understanding. Let's go back to this book. So it says here, however restrained as he was as president of the First Republic, the tribalist in him surfaced on some occasions. On those occasions when his tribe was in trouble. For instance, while the going was good and the marriage of convenience with the Northerners was all right, Nnamdi Azikiwe said nothing whatsoever publicly about the Tiv riots in order not to annoy the political leaders of the North. However, when the marriage was on the path to divorce, as will soon be revealed, and the Northern Nigeria government began to threaten the opportunities and privileges which had hitherto been allowed the Igbo in that part of the country, Azikiwe began to speak out on the necessity to uphold the fundamental liberties enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution. Also, when in 1964, the NTNC miscalculated their strategy about election to the federal parliament to force a showdown with the Northerners, Nnamdi Azikiwe reportedly desired to be offered executive power to have the Igbo reinstated. And in one of his most sentimental addresses, which he delivered at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, he glorified tribalism as a factor for national unity. We discussed some of these things last week. We read some documents, one by Mark Lewis, where he talked about Zeke's speech speeches actually at Onsuka, where he wanted to become the president of Nigeria, the executive president of Nigeria. Because at the time he was not the executive president, he wanted to be the executive president and wanted to have all the powers that he wanted. And he also favored Igbos. If anybody ever favored Igbos, like Zeke tried, which is why I wonder, well, I don't wonder, let me not lie. I don't wonder. I know why they hate him. They hate him because he stopped believing in Biafra. But in reality, he did everything for them. But before examining his role and that of the other Igbo leaders in the months prior to the coup of 15 January 1966, we should mention the triumphs which the Igbo had achieved, which triumphs emboldened their leaders to be undisguisedly contemptuous of the Northerners and threatened to behave like the camel in the Arab camel story. For as pointed out earlier, the coalition government of 1959 gave a grand opportunity to the Igbo to use federal government resources to entrench themselves in key positions and to intensify their education training. It was an opportunity which, listen, the Igbo National Caucus. Going forward, I'm going to mention in this group, again, if you are Igbo, nobody hates you, but what you are going to hear that the Igbo National Caucus did in this country, it is demonic. Someone says here, that time it was Eastern region, not Igbos. Anyone writing Igbo is Yoruba propagandist. That's because, please now, I don't want to say things that are bad. Stop being stupid. It was the Igbos, and the Igbo is not spelled I-G-B-O. Igbo is spelled I-B-O. It was the Igbos. It was not the Easterners. Stop being... Who made these people like this? If you know what was done to you, you spend the next 7 days on a mountain just praying without food. You've been dealt with, and now it's in your genes. Sorry guys, I think Nami mess up. Because now some of you are behaving like lunatics, like you are mad. You know when they release somebody from asylum, they behave like mad person. So Nami mess up. I apologize. Any nonsense now, just to mute you. You are talking like mad people in the comment section. Sorry, I'm not. This is actually at this point. This is psychotic. So I apologize, everybody. I apologize. I mean mess up. Any small thing like this, I'm just muting anybody because this is madness. This is absolute madness. Do you know what the Easterners were saying? Why did the Easterners decide? Why were they clamoring for their own state in 1957? What was the reason for the Willings Commission of 57 to 58? What was the reason for the Willings Commission of 1957 to 1958? It was literally because you had a situation where people were being put down. 1 second. By Igbos in the Eastern region. Read the Minority Report now. We've discussed it here before. Read Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi. Read On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Read Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion, because they refer to some of those things. Whenever you talk to them, they'll say, oh, it's the East. It's not Igbo. It's a lie. The Igbos dominated the Eastern region, even dominated the Midwest, where they were a minority. Why? Clannish mindset. I thought you were human beings, sincerely. I actually thought some of you were normal. But with this thing, you're writing comments in the writing all nonsense in the comment section. I apologize for thinking you were smart. Continue. Just muting you. Okay? No time. But thank you, by the way, for also helping me, so that way I know that I don't have to stop every time to engage you. I thought you were human beings. Some of you are really from a zoo, like you call Nigeria. Let's go back to the book now. But before examining Azikiwe's role and that of the other Igbo leaders, in the months prior to the coup of 15 January 1966, we should mention the triumphs which the Igbo had achieved, which triumphs emboldened their leaders to be on this to behave like the camel in the Arab camel story. For as pointed out earlier, the coalition government of 1959 gave a grand opportunity to the Igbo to use federal government resources to entrench themselves in key positions and to intensify their education training. It was an opportunity which the Igbo National Caucus, formed not long after the Second World War. Sorry, please, we're on TikTok, please, WhatsApp. What's in reports, can you? If you're on TikTok, please power up. Let's get this into 100K, please. Please remember that organization, Igbo National Caucus. Again, if you are Igbo, you may not have heard this group before. Just calm down. If anything I say, I will tell you the sources. Go and study it. I'm actually helping Igbo people. Some of you, you don't know how damaged you are. And maybe that's the reason sometimes I also come with you guys, not knowing that some mad people around. Mad people everywhere, like Nnamdi Kanu used to say. I think I was talking about his family, his people. Just madness everywhere. The truth is, you've been damaged. So when I read these things, you don't have to agree. When I was talking about Yoruba people too, I was in fact, I think I'm even lenient on you. With Yoruba people, I was a bit harsher because we needed it. So I'm reading a book. I'll tell you the book. You can read it. You've not heard of this group before. Get the names, study it. I don't hate you. I'm helping you. I'm trying to deliver you from this victim mindset that you have been perpetually condemned to. It says here, it was an opportunity which the Igbo National Caucus, formed not long after the end of the Second World War, precisely in 1948, would not wish to miss. Its aim, this is the Igbo National Caucus's aim. Its aim was summarized in a moment of indiscretion by C.D. Onyema in the famous utterance at the Island Club, Lagos, that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is only a question of time. Indeed, the caucus fixed 1964 as the target date, later changed to 1969 for, quote, our perpetual rule of the Federation. Where is this from? You can find it in the book called IUL Collections of the Nigerian Civil War. Please find that book. Don't curse me in the comment section. But if you curse me, if I don't worry, curse me. You will be cursed. But if you like, you just curse yourself. The point is that, sorry guys, Alexander, Igbede content wale, I'm muting you. Might disturb me. Where was I? Oh, Jesus Christ. Here's the point. Look for the IUL collections on the Civil War, or look for this book, The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society, or look for Just Before Dawn. You'll find it there. Again, there was a plan. And that is the point that you guys don't like to hear. You will hear it. You go feel them. Here's the point. 1928, the first ethnic organization in Nigeria was created. It was the BBO, not even Igbo. Other groups came up later. 31 was Urobo. Different other groups came. 36, the Igbo unions began to, they started forming the Igbo unions in Calabar, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt. Right? 43, they changed the name to Igbo Federal Union to bring everybody together. 44, they hatched a plan. They hatched a plan. It was a 20-year plan. I did a video on it. I call it the Igbo 20-year plan for Nigeria, something like that. You find it on YouTube. They had a 20-year plan for the perpetual rule of the Federation. The group who had a plan to rule Nigeria perpetually is the one who calls you a tribalist and is a pan-Nigerian. 45. So 44 was when they created the plan. 20 years was supposed to culminate in them becoming the Oga Kwakwata forever in 1964. 1945 was when Charles Onyema, one of them, made that statement in Island Club in Lagos when he said the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. He was essentially regurgitating what they had discussed in 44, but we did not know until a document came out in 64. That document is in this book, so I don't have to open it. It's another book actually, but I'm just going to read it from this one. So please, power tap. You're going to have a great time in today's session. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. We have a number of people liking the live on YouTube. Please, let's more people like it so we can have engagement. I see we have some people on Facebook as well. Please like and share the live. Twitch, I'm trying to understand that particular one. We're going to add Twitter tomorrow. The Igbo National Caucus, its aim was summarized in a moment of indiscretion by C.D. Onyema in the famous utterance at the Island Club, Lagos, that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is only a question of time. Indeed, the caucus fixed 1964 as a target date, later changed to 1969, for our perpetual rule of the Federation. Many observers who watched with interest the establishment of the University of Nigeria in 1960 at a time that the Igbo would not suspect that it was a I'll take that again. Many observers who watched with interest the establishment of the University of Nigeria, that's Nsukka, in 1960, at a time that the Igbo would not require the services of graduates of such a university, began to suspect that it was a masterly designed strategy to provide backward areas in northern Nigeria with Igbo personnel. You know, I played a video once where Peter Doche said that they like to travel everywhere and they stay there and they will succeed and thrive. They are thinking from somewhere. Listen, everybody travels, but again, no ethnic group travels anywhere in the world to help the people they are going to meet. Are we joking? It's a joke now. Nobody travels the world trying to. You are not a missionary. You are traveling for survival. You are relocating because you need to. Okay? But here's the crazy part. There was a plan that, well, a lot of people began to talk about in 1960, that it seems that, okay, so number one, let's go back just a little bit. I've said it before. If you notice, many of the leaders from the Southeast in the First Republic, many of them, if not all, were born outside the Eastern region. Most of them were born outside. Just think of any, whether it was Iransi or it was Azikiwe or it was Ojukwu or it was Zogo. Most of them were born outside. So the idea of moving out of the region is a normal thing. You'll find some of those things in the book I talk about a lot. Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Okudiba Noli, and Igbo 25 years after the war by Joy Bokwe. So people always moved out. But here's the point. The Igbos, they come out. They were trying to fill a gap. Now, it wasn't, again, out of altruism, like, oh, the North is backward educationally, so we're going to have a lot of graduates to go there to help. No, they were going there to take over the region. In other words, they're going to become the new colonizers of the North. If you look at, I'm not going to go deep into it, I promise, but if you study the nationalization policy of the Sardauna, of the northern region, and also the interviews of the Sardauna, and you see him, for instance, the BBC interviewer the other time was asking him in 62. He said that he was obsessed about the Igbos. You don't understand. You may not get, like, why is this person obsessed? Like, using the words of the BBC reporter, why was he obsessed about the Igbos? Because they discovered the plants. That's why. To you, I mean, the first time I saw that interview, I thought, why would you hate a person like that? Why would you be pushing against a group? Are we not all one Nigeria? But if you really sit down and like, there's something there. And what you find there is a literal strategy to take over different parts of Nigeria. That's to tell you that Ojukwu was not the first person that did it. There was a plan by the intelligentsia, not the military, the civilians. Maybe they are trying to help their people, but you know what I think? I think what it really is a group that wanted to make up for lost time. When everybody built empires, there were no empires in some parts of Nigeria, so they thought Nigeria would be their own way of creating that. That's the explanation for all of this. I mean, that's one explanation. And that's why I always look for this thing, or want to have kings here, want to have kingdoms here. When everybody did it, you couldn't, or you didn't. So now you're trying to make up for, like, but time don't pass. But let's get back to the book. It says here, many observers who watched with interest the establishment of the University of Nigeria in 1960, at the time that the Igbo would not require the services of graduates of such a university, began to suspect that this was a masterly designed strategy to provide backward areas in northern Nigeria with Igbo personnel. This measure led the Yoruba rivals, who also needed no university, to found the University of Ife. I've said it before, for the most part, Yoruba people have plans, but if you act a certain way, they'll react. So if you create University of Nigeria and Soka, Yoruba people will not say you are wrong. They will just create their own. The crazy part is that whenever they now create their own, you then hear the people who did the other thing are going to call you tribalist, because the idea is to deflect and to accuse you. And I've said it several times. Every accusation from the Southeast is a confession. It's not you, it's them. If you have issues, fix it too. But generally speaking, every accusation is a confession. It's not that you are wrong. He's telling you what he is. So listen to him. Not for yourself, not to change, because you're not changing anything. You're just trying to understand him. So I'm muting me right here. Okay, I can my phone. I can still give you like another minute to see what happened to you. Let's continue. So your Bible did the same thing. However, the discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest states out of the former Western region began to make the Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which their northern partners felt extremely offensive and provocative. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders the hope of inexhaustible resources with which a bold would be conceived. The Premier of the Eastern region, Dr. Michael Okpara, began to threaten secession and began to argue that revenue be allocated according to the principle of derivation. The first time the Igbos threatened to secede was in 1963. There's a book I recommended last week. I'm going to mention the book again. It's called The Midwest Response to Biafran Invasion. It's by Uswanlele Uilawa. Mentioned how they commissioned a study of what's the word now? A study into the viability of a separate region in 1963. It was not about Ojuku. That oil that what was her name? Chimamanda was saying was the reason Nigeria fought the Igbos. It was actually the reason why the Igbos fought the minorities. Listen, there are layers to this thing. And that's why you see the pushbacks from folks in Rivers State, particularly, and then you see in a way in Cross River and Akwa Ibom. There's a reason for that. And I'm going to have to switch the power source, please. Please. I have to switch the power source. Just give me a second. I can hear the beeping. Yeah. Just give me 1 second. It's going to take me like 30 seconds. It's not a long time, please. Thank you for staying tuned. I have to catch my breath though. That was a sprint. Larry G says they want the land in Cross River State and oil from rivers in Ẹkáàbọ and Bayelsa. So at the time, the oil was in Rivers, Bayelsa area. Jeez, man. 1 second, please. Got to catch my breath. All right. So yes, at the time, the oil was primarily in Bayelsa Rivers area, but then there was land in Ẹkáàbọ, there was land in Cross River, and much of the land where even the food they ate in the eastern region before the war came from Cross River. I need to raise fitness level. Oh boy, I ran downstairs, ran back. I am raising the fitness level. Thank you. So you had a situation where they wanted those places because of the resources those people had. And that's why I usually tell people when they say Nigeria should give certain people Biafra, like you don't really understand things from the perspective of the minorities in the eastern region. They suffered. And thankfully they also spoke out. They wrote books, and those books one of these days we'll revisit them. Well, let's continue. It says the discovery of oil in commercial quantities started making them talk, and they started saying things like they wanted to, the Premier Okpara began to threaten secession and began to argue that revenue be allocated according to the principle of derivation. The control of the Midwest government by the Igbo Premier Dennis Osadebe only served to embolden the Igbo leadership that the time had arrived to call off the bluff of the northern region. And we mentioned earlier, a few days ago, how what the Igbos did was, again, ethnic domination, right? It wasn't about the party, it was about ethnicity. And that's why they made sure that they were the ones in charge of NCNC, the party itself. So think about it for a second. Azikwe, we'll still read about that later. Azikwe was the president. So the first president was Abat Macaulay. The party was established in Yoruba land. Azikwe comes along, becomes the secretary. He was secretary, but he becomes the president after Abat Macaulay. When he was leaving, there was supposed to be a Yoruba man that would take over. It was the vice president, Father Onsi. But they made sure that they put another Igbo man, ensuring that, by the way, moving the headquarters, so to speak, of the party to Enugu and Igbolizing everything. Then make sure that the region head in the eastern region was Igbo, and then ensure that the one in the Midwest was also Igbo, even though Igbos were the minorities in the Midwest. And at that time, you had 4 regions. Igbos were controlling 2. Osadebe in the Midwest, Okpara in the East. It wasn't about party, it was about ethnicity. But the cool thing about, or the funny thing about the way Nigeria works is that the person who is using that ethnicity the most is the one who puts on a facade of, hey, we like Nigeria, we're all over the place. Somebody says, how is Dennis Osadebe Igbo? I thought it was Ika. You made a video earlier on Anima. I think both all of you, I think you have a group where you share stupidity. I don't have an answer for you. You're not a human being. You're one of the goats. You're a goat. So let me just mute you because I don't have time for Iregbe. Very stupid humans. From time, even in Western region, there's a group called the Western Igbos. If you read some of these old books, you'll see Western Igbos. Later it became Midwest Igbos. Later it became Delta Igbos. It's the same group. The thing with these dullheads is that they assume that because they say they are Midwest Igbos, it means that the entire place is owned by Igbos. Igbos do not own Anioma. If you want to go and die, quickly go and do it. May God be with you, but hopefully you won't die, Shara. The point is that Igbos do not own the area. Are there Igbo lands there? Yes. Is the entire place theirs? No. Just come every second. You come and write nonsense in the comment section, and what's my business with you guys? The point is that you are not the owners of those places. And if you have a problem with that, go and hug a transformer. Very primitive human beings. So again, if you write again, I'll still tell you the same thing. Hug a transformer. I hope you will not die, sir, because I don't think your death will do any good for your family. Bill, I said they came here, Abi. I believe they migrated there. Now they are claiming. No, it's not even I believe. They did. They migrated there. And the people have talked about their origins, that they are mixed. Even the very founder of Asaba is an Igala man. He had 5 sons. The entire area is mixed. You have Yoruba settlements, you have Bini settlements, you have Igbo settlements, you have Igala settlements. 4 major groups, amongst others. It's only one that tells you that they own that place because somebody is burying Chinedu and Chukudi. You guys are... They did a number on you, your leaders. It's terrible. Just go everywhere looking for it. Even on social media, I see the one constituting nuisance. Don't worry, it's not even your fault. It's because my moderators are not around. They would have muted all these people so I can concentrate. Jading, please, if you're around, let me know so that I can concentrate. Because but in the comment section, I always be asking ridiculous questions. The control of the Midwest government by the Igbo premier, Dennis Osadebe, only served to embolden the Igbo leadership that the time had arrived to call off the bluff of the northern region. The census of 1963, which revealed that the population of Nigeria was even greater, which revealed that the population of the north was even greater than that of the rest of Nigeria, by a margin much wider than had been contemplated, put the patience of the Igbo National Caucus on trial. Notice the group they're talking about right now. You see, they're not talking so much about NCNC, but Igbo National Caucus. That was the group that was trying to destroy everybody in Nigeria. And if you think I'm lying, just hold on. Don't go anywhere. Just stay with me, please. I'm going to read some things. You see what I'm talking about. If you see... I'm trying to help Nigerians along. If you see people acting a certain way towards particular people, it's not because you don't know the history, you don't know what has happened. Somebody's reading it, you are coming here crying like bush babies. Just calm down. The implication of accepting such figures they saw was that the North would be able to control the federal government with a simple majority, should the Northerners so decide. And there was no incontrovertible evidence that the Northerners could not decide to so use their position, now that the Southerners were proving ungrateful. In the circumstances, both the Igbo and the Hausa Fulani leadership had to be involved in a trial of strength. The stage for embattlement was neither the North nor the East, but the West. Here, the Yoruba in the action group unleashed towards themselves intra-ethnic hostility of the worst type. On the platform of tribal chauvinism, the faction led by Chief Esel Akintola succeeded in persuading a section of the Yoruba NCNC to see the writing on the wall that the Igbo were seeking to dominate the country against the interests of the Yoruba, and by the way in which Okpara had been made to bid to succeed to the leadership of the party, thus superseding Chief J.O. Fadaunsi, a national vice president, and the way the Igbo went on throwing their dominance in the face of the Yoruba in the federal universities, in corporations, airways, railway, Nigerian Port Authority. Many loyal NCNC began to demand an end to Igbolization of the party. Again, please watch the video on YouTube, Busiri Ori's YouTube channel, Achebe meritocracy or nepotism. And if you want to have the document, check Redomi Global, you will see something called a white paper on political alignment in the Western region. It was something that was put together by the Western Region Caucus of the NCNC. They were NCNC members, but they were Yoruba. They were in the Western region. And they saw that the Igbos effectively cornered everything in NCNC. Not the Easterners, the Igbos specifically. Filled all the posts. About 65% of the posts in Nigerian Railway Corporation was Igbo. 70% of Nigerian Port Authority was Igbo. The same thing with Nigerian Airways, even with pool betting, with Yabatek. Make sure the head was Igbo. Most of the lecturers were Igbo. University of Ibadan, make sure it was Kennedy. University of Lagos, make sure it was Njoku. Everywhere filled. Not because they were better, because all these people are mentioning had Yoruba seniors, whether it was in the railway, Airways, ports, UI, Yabatek. There were Yoruba people that were intentionally shortchanged just for the able to climb over them, just like it happened in NCNC, where Father was supposed to be the new president, but they chose Michael Okpara. But you are the tribalist. He's not the tribalist. He's doing this, but he's not the tribalist. You are the tribalist. In fact, the fact that you're even questioning him is what makes you a tribalist. By the way, it gets worse. Let's continue. But at this point, we are going to talk about Yoruba, dear. And by the way in which Okpara had been made to succeed to the leadership of the party, thus superseding Chief J.O. Fadaunsi, a national vice president, and the way the Igbo went on throwing their dominance in the face of the Yoruba in the federal universities and corporations, Airways, Railway, Nigerian Port Authority, many loyal Yoruba NCNC began to demand an end to the Igbolization of the party. But rather than treat such Yoruba NCNC like TOS Benson tactfully, the latter were regarded as rebels who should be dealt with, which is a mistake I think we should not make with the Yoruba boards of today. Some of them might change, like you heard earlier. Somebody came in and said, or somebody who used to be a Yoruba board, but is here right now listening to this. Again, people can change. All right, so we have to approach it. They have to understand what's at stake. It's not that you don't know what you are doing, it's that you don't know. Let me put it this way. It's not that you are a bad person, you just don't know what you are doing. You are literally selling yourself off on a platter to people who claim to be nationalists, but who are actually very, very clannish in their mindset, and they are at best ethnic jingoists. So here's the mistake that Yoruba people made at the time. They did not actually deal with people like T.O.S. Benson. They called them rebels. The result was the formation of the NNDP, a resurrection of the name of the party, which Herbert Macaulay had founded in 1923 by the Akintola faction of the Action Group and a faction of the Yoruba NCNC. The other faction of the Action Group, led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and the remaining faction of the NCNC became allies. Both the Akintola and Awolowo factions looked beyond the Western region for protection. The Akintola faction hiding under the umbrella of the Hausa Fulani leadership, the Awolowo faction under the umbrella of the Igbo leadership. The NNDP and the MPC merged as the Nigerian National Alliance for federal purposes, while the Awolowo faction and the NCNC too formed the United Progressive Grand Alliance for federal purposes. Let me quickly explain this. By the way, you know what? I won't explain. Let me just keep reading because of time. I will explain later. Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. Again, see what you are. Please pay attention to the words. It's not the NCNC taking advantage of what was happening in the Western region. That would be fair. It's a political party. If a political party makes mistakes in another region, it's okay for another party to want to, get in there. But it's not the party doing this. It's the Igbo National Caucus. And we're going to read a few more things. Professor Lawale Shogun. Oh, good to see you. Very well, thank you. Hope you're good. Thank you. Welcome. So Yoruba people broke themselves into two. One looked up to the north, the other one looked to the east. In other words, Mason Yoruba. Ẹjọ́ àwọn méjèèjì lọ. Bóyá ẹ dá wà ní o. In fact, pàápàá tẹ́ bá dá wà, ẹjọ́ àwọn méjèèjì lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n wá pín ayín sí méjì, ẹ wá sọ̀rọ̀ ayín di Ẹ̀tàn máa fi àbọ̀rọ̀ ńlá mọ́lá. Because that's exactly what happened. You are not becoming junior to this, junior to that, because you are not together. But it's changing, by the way. Things are changing. Things are getting better, especially with the way politics is being played right now. We always have the group, Thomas Shori Kukun, but it's okay. They are always in the minority. Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. For the caucus, the North was not a danger. The West was the danger. Worried that the premature jubilation and indiscreet statements of some Igbo individuals that tended to warn the Yoruba and the Hausa Fulani of our objective, that is, seizure of the control of the country, might endanger the cause, the caucus recorded. Listen to what the Igbo national guys wrote. By the way, this thing was signed by two people. The day I found this document was there I stopped looking at that road in VI. I look at that road in a different way, especially that sign, Ozuba Mbadiwe. And Oyotoma Yokini, Ojo Endi Kaloni. Ozuba Mbadiwe and Mbanugo were the ones who signed this protocol I'm about to read. They wrote this in 1964. And that Mbadiwe was the same person who wrote a book in 1987 or 88 thereabout. After Papa had passed, he published The Rebirth of the Nation, where he filled the entire place with nonsense and lies. But it was Mbadiwe and Mbanugo who signed this document. Let me tell you what is in there. Enemies of our fatherland, that's enemies of Igbo, that's amongst them. Again, you always have folks amongst them who may be like thinking like how human beings should think, like this is wrong. So this is what they said. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yorubas and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our own men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the promised land. These stupid utterances must stop. I don't read everything, I just read the part that are relevant. You also mentioned the fact that Sidi Oyema had made that kind of statement and had given them no end with Wala with Yoruba people. Let's continue the book with this book now. However, the caucus believed that the cause was not yet lost. Now, back to the paper. Despite the anti-Igbo propaganda now prevailing in the North and West, a survey of the situation shows quite clearly that though the situation is critical, it is not hopeless. In the East, despite the amateurish leadership of Okpara, the Onitsha Igbo and Igbo dispute has quietened. The Efiks, the Ibibios, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control. Even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. This is not a party. This is an ethnic organization talking about different ethnic groups in Nigeria. So where did they start? They started with their own, that they were having bickerings among themselves, but they've settled it. Then they said the Efiks, the Ibibios, and Rivers tribes, they are all completely under control and then the dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosage, Okotiebo was Shakiri, Omosage was Edo. Both of them, by the way, were in NCNC. Both of them were in NCNC. These details are very important because you begin to see clearly that this had nothing to do with the party. It was everything ethnic. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosage, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosage, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly on the Midwest saddle, thus taking care of the Urubos, the Edos, and the Shekiris. There is then nothing to fear in the Midwest but threats. The West is now the problem. Back to this author. The custodians of Igbo chauvinism were convinced that the obstacle of the West was not an insuperable one, that all that needed done was to splinter the NNDP leadership by tearing away Akintola from Fani Kayode an action group renegade who had joined the NCNC, and then the NNDP in protest against Igbolization of the NCNC. The strategy to achieve the desired end as recorded by them was as follows. Listen to this. So we've talked about, again, sorry, we've talked about the Eastern region now, Abi. So the Igbos, we've talked about them, the Efiks, the Ibibios, the Rivers tribes. We've talked about the Midwest, the Shekiris, the Edos, and the Urhobos. They've dealt with those two regions. Now they are coming to the West. So this is the strategy for the Western region. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the action group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. This is vital, and there is no longer a headache or danger to us. Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must always keep the quarrel between himself and the action group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. Seek all means to discredit Fani Kayode. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our complete control of the Federation. This was just part, I was going to say there was a plan, it was just part of the plan that an ethnic group had for other ethnic groups within Nigeria. And I mentioned last week that when you read the book by Wole Soyinka, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, he mentioned how himself and I think it was Mbono something, they were working together in Ibadan and they were broadcasting, you know, from Papa's house, and it gives the idea that they were working with him. They did it intentionally. The NCNC, part of them worked with AG, and the goal that the goal they had was to, when they were talking about how great Awolowo was, it was not because they really cared about his greatness. It was because they wanted to create a permanent division between the two sides. I'm not saying it, they said it. And this document is not new. Again, it was published in 64. This book was published in 74. It's not like I just found it. Some of those things, by the way, these things are known by those who know. Outside the eastern region was the rest of the country felt that the danger of Igbo domination, I'll take that again. Outside the eastern region, the rest of the country felt that the danger of Igbo domination was real. By 1964, the educated elite in the northern region had begun to react to the believed threat by demanding that the Igbo be expelled from the north. In the Regional House of Assembly and in Kaduna Press, there was no missing of words. Excuse me. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands that had been allocated to them. There were too many in federal establishments in the north. They had infested the north as petty traders. Laws should be enacted to the effect that the nationalization policy be extended to the petty traders. It's not similar to what's happening in Ghana right now. The Premier, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and obviously the most grieved by what he regarded as ingratitude of the Igbo, declared in the House of Assembly in February 1964, quote, "It is my most earnest desire that every post in the region, however small it is, to be filled by a Northerner," unquote. In the Midwest, which had been created in 1962 by the NPC-NCNC coalition to further weaken the action group, the non-Igbo NCNCers began to wonder whether the party had been sacrificing so much to support, I'll take that again, the non-Igbo NCNCers began to wonder whether the party they had been sacrificing so much to support was not proving synonymous with the Igbo tribe. To this end, Festus Okotiebo and Humphrey Omosage began to be less loyal to the NCNC as Osadebe, the Igbo premier, was clamped upon them and as allegations of Igboism in the civil service of the region festered. They took over the civil service in the Midwest. And that's why sometimes when I hear folks from Benin talk, I laugh. They had a belief, there was something that folks in Benin thought, especially the Oba, when they were agitating for Midwest region, when they got it, the Igbos did what Igbos do. They took over. Again, this conversation is not about whether they were right or wrong. This is not a moral conversation. It's more like a conversation about our ignorance. I'm not saying whether somebody is good or bad. That you can decide. Is that we have been bamboozled, manipulated, blackmailed by those who did things that we couldn't even have thought of. And it's important to know these things. Not because you want to say they are bad people. Again, it's not about that. It's just so that be guarded, be armed with the truth. I have to change the audio source. Give me a second, please. One of the mistakes I think we make in the way we look at Nigeria really is that, and I don't think the leaders did this on purpose, but it's, I mean, whether it was intentional or not, it's literally what we're having to deal with right now. They have created a vacuum by not putting some things out. By the way, this thing, I'm not the one who pushed it out. It's been out since the 70s. In fact, since the 60s, they knew it. They just didn't talk about it. But you see, doing these things under the cover of, or under the excuse of we want to have national unity is dangerous. Because the unity you will not have. You know why? You know what these people did. And you know they are still doing it. This is why Igbos cannot be involved in politics in Yoruba land. One second, please. I'm going to have to add this thing. You know, when we say we are pushing back against people saying, "Oh, we have rights," not in Yoruba land. Yoruba land, you have left. And for the Yoruba, you know, the educated one, I always say the one who was forming that we went to school. We went to school. I don't only wait there. You tell you remember law. I know Kajembe. In America, you have no idea what Nigeria history is. Again, Nigeria history is not the past. This morning, before we got into the conversation, we talked about indigenization policy, or indigenous status bill 2025. How is this different from what I'm reading that happened in 1965 or 1964? How is it different? It's the same thing. One second, please. What I said right now, some of you might hear that and say, that guy is a tribalist. You are ignorant. You are ignorant. You have no idea. It's a tribalist. One came last week and said, you are so very ethnocentric. I said, thank you for the compliment. You have no idea. I know the funny thing about Yoruba young people, but, oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you. You have no idea what's happening. When we say certain people will not have anything to do Yoruba politics, normally, I'm a good people, great nation kind of person. I don't fight anybody. What will make me say some of these things out loud? Evidence. Evidence. I say it would have been okay if I'm just discussing the past. But no, that's the bad part. It's the good part, but it's also the bad part. Our past is our present. It's sad, by the way. We should have moved past this. But this is where we are. We can't assume we're not there. We can't act like we're not there. We can't just begin to play the ostrich. Just bury our head in the sand and just hope that everything is well. No. If you look at what happened in the civil service, what happened in political offices, even those who stole money and were found out, what Zig did for each of them. Haba. And for a group to come up in 2025 to come up with, and by the way, most of those who support, in fact, just about every Igbo person I've seen support that bill. You really think that this is about they hate them? No. There's a culture that is based on the nomadic mindset, not just the lifestyle, the mindset of a nomad that wants what belongs to others. I have a right. Meanwhile, it doesn't give that kind of right that he's looking for. It's not like that. It's not like nobody lives in their place that's not from there. Of course, you have Yoruba live in the east, but it doesn't have the kind of right that he is asking for in Yoruba land. Even if he gives even if a Yoruba person becomes a governor of Enugu State, an Igbo person cannot get into Yoruba politics. You know why? Again, this is not being said because of hate or anything. Hindsight is 2020. Hindsight is 2020. What a Yoruba person will go and do in Enugu as governor is based on his frame of reference, which is his culture. What Igbo man will do in Oyo State or Ogun State as governor is based on his frame of reference, which is his own culture. And the truth is, the two cultures are incompatible. Which is why people always talk about the concept of assimilation and integration. If I want to become a governor in Enugu State, what a sane person will do is this: you learn the ways of the people. You become one with them. So that what you are governing is not based on Yoruba ideology, it's based on their own way of doing things. But because we are all one Nigeria, people say, I want to become an indigenous after staying there for 10 years. In other words, I don't have to go through any process. I've been here for 10 years. It doesn't matter whether those 10 years I was with my own ethnic people. But after 10 years, I'm also an indigenous. What are you talking about? Omonile. When it's time to run for political office, it's an indigene. Why can't he run? Only for it to discover that by the time he runs, and the ones that they have won, we saw it in the history, the place is packed full with folks of his ethnic group, not folks of his residence. Not folks of his state of residence, but folks of his original ethnic origin. And you really think people don't know these things? Well, in case they don't know now, they are knowing. So no. And I'm talking for the Southwest. For Nigeria, I know what some people have said about the chances of certain people getting to certain places. And I'm not here to echo those sentiments because they're extreme. It's just that people know things. It was in the midst of the chaos created in the Western Nigeria. I'll take it again. It was in the midst of the chaos created in Western Nigeria by the controversies over the election to the House of Assembly there that some elements in the Nigerian army struck on 15 January 1966. Whilst one must wait until the authentic sources are made available in Lagos, Benin City, Ibadan, Enugu, and Kaduna, the last four regional capitals at that time, certain facts are clear. By the way, right now, all the facts are laid bare. I can't say I know everything, but we definitely know more today than we did in 74 when this book was published. And the things we know are the reasons we say what we say. But the reason we don't go extreme is because we also saw what happened in the north when they went extreme. They will wipe people out. And that's why I feel sorry for those who insult me in the comment section, especially the Igbo guys. You don't know how much help I'm doing for you and your generations. And I always say it, I hope that whatever happened in the eastern region, in the northern region, will not happen to Igbos in the western region. That's my prayer. You know why? Yoruba people can be very, very dangerous. They're the easiest to work with, be acting like everything is okay. The reason is because we're peace-preferring people, seeing evil, seeing war. So we're raised not to be looking for it. Nobody say, if it happen, only Ibadan people leave Ikirun, leave Oyo, leave Iseyin, leave Ife, leave Osogbo, leave Egba, leave Ijesha, leave Ekiti. If Ibadan people alone handle you, it would appear that the educated elite in the army had been infected with tribalism. The coup was executed by and large by the Igbo. Witness the killing of all northern... I'll take that again. The coup was executed by and large by the Igbo. Witness the killing of all northern Nigerian officers within reach and of Yoruba officers suspected of being in sympathy with the Hausa Fulani elite of northern Nigeria. Moreover, no Igbo elite politician and disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. The troops in Benin and Enugu under Igbo control refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara respectively. But on the other hand, the federal prime minister and Chief Okotiebo, the Midwestern fighter against Igbo domination, were killed. Also murdered were S.L. Akintola, the Premier of the West, and Amadu Bello, the Premier of Northern Nigeria. In the circumstances, the view began to gain ground that the coup was evidence that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of the military government, Agui Ironsi, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. Let's just go on. I'm tempted to explain every bit here. Let me give in to one temptation. Please. Allow. I want to read to you a letter that Michael Okotiebo wrote to Osadebe on the treatment of Ishekiri people in the Midwest. Give me a second. Okay. 1 second. All right, good. So this is Professor Okotiebo writing to Dennis Osadebe. By the way, Osadebe was in Ibadan because some of these details are very important. Osadebe was actually in Ibadan. There's background noise, my brother. It will go away when we have our studio. Please support our projects. We have a studio project. It runs into, it's a lot of money. I don't like mentioning costs online, but it's a lot of money. Please support what we're doing. 1 second, please. Check it. So when we set up the studio, I promise there will be no noise. All right. Sorry. All right. So I was saying that Osadebe was in Ibadan. You see, there were 24 representatives of Benin and Delta provinces in the Western Region Parliament. Of those 24, 21 were in NCNC, only 3 were in AG. Now, the person speaking is NCNC, but is in the central government. That's Okotiebo. Is the Shekiri. The person is talking to is the one who became the premier of the Midwest, the Igbo man, Dennis Osadebe. So this is what he says. But this is what he said to him. I do not know the source or the details of your information that I hold you to be engaged in a conspiracy against my people, the Ishekiris. What conspiracy? The one I read earlier. Was there a conspiracy against the Ishekiris? Of course. There was a conspiracy against every group, especially the Yoruba. And they were in on it. The Igbo, hey, how do you do this and you expect your region to grow? Do people think of the future? Because that spirit will haunt your land, though. But God is faithful and is merciful. May He have mercy on you. But oh boy, who did terrible things? So let's get back into this. Okotiebo says, I do not know the source or details of your information that I hold you to be engaged in a conspiracy against my people, the Shekiris, and myself, but I would have thought your great experience would have shown you the wisdom of seeking the other side of the story before resorting to the device of a unilateral press release. After all, even if you do not wish to approach me directly, there are at least 3 common platforms on which the issue could have been raised: the NCNC, the Midwest State Government, and the Midwest Planning Committee. It is perhaps understandable that you did not choose to raise this before the Midwest Planning Committee, since you have never found time to attend any of its meetings. Could this be because you are not its senior? In other words, if you are not Oga, why should you go for the meeting? My stand is quite simple and perfectly clear. I will repeat again what I have said on many occasions before, and what you must know to be the truth. I have no ambition whatsoever to hold high office in the new region whenever it is created, nor do I have any nominees for such office. I do, however, genuinely believe that there is a conspiracy against my people, the Shekiris, who stand to lose their land, their identity, and way of life unless adequate safeguards can be written into the constitution of the new region. That's the Midwest region. This feeling is so strong among my people that they will prefer to remain outside the new region. By the way, if you read the Willings Commission report of 1958, the Shekiris prefer to be in Ondo province than to remain in the Midwest. They did not want to be part of this. May God have mercy on this country. But they didn't want to be part of the Midwest, which is now Delta State. They wanted to be part of Ondo province because, they're Yoruba people. They talked about their kith and kin. That's what they said. Let's continue. He says, I have no ambition whatsoever to hold high office in the new region when it is created, nor do I have any nominees for such office. I do, however, genuinely believe that there is a conspiracy against my people, the Shekiris, who stand to lose their land, their identity, and way of life unless adequate safeguards can be written into the constitution of the new region. This feeling is so strong among my people that they would prefer to remain outside the new region if they cannot feel secure in their future. By the way, they're having issues right now. This has nothing to do with my position, for, as I have said, I am not interested in holding high office there. Perhaps you feel that, knowing the strength of the feelings of my people, I should still have kept silent so as not to endanger the arrangements for the creation of the new region. If a similar situation were to face the people of Asaba Division, I cannot believe that you would remain silent. Rather, you will speak out without fear of the consequences. For only in this would you prove yourself to be an honest and sincere leader with the true interests of your people at heart. I trust you will do me the honor of acknowledging that I too can be influenced by the same motives. There is abundant proof that such a conspiracy exists, whether you are personally involved in it or are merely being used as an unwilling tool by those who have consistently opposed the Shekiri people. This man was killed in 1966. So when a person comes to you and be telling you that some people are tribalistic, we are the ones who like Nigeria, is a lie. History shows it to be false. Present realities also show that to be false. Let's go back to the original text. The educated elite in Nigerian society. So he says, they refused to murder Osadebe, the one that everybody was, Okotebo was writing to. They did not touch that one. Again, there were 5 capitals in Nigeria in 1966. 5. Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, Benin, and Enugu. Of those 5 capitals, there was action in 3, and there was no action at all in 2. And the 2 regions where there was no action were the ones led by Igbo people. They killed people in the north. They killed people in Lagos. They killed people in Ibadan. But they did nothing in Enugu. They did nothing in Benin. Enugu, Okpara was there. Benin, Osadebe was there. Question is why? You see, when you read the special branch report and it mentions that there were certain civilians that were part of certain plots, or they were part of the plot of, the coup itself, I hope it gets clearer. So it says the Igbo refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara, but on the other hand, they murdered Okotiebo, they murdered Akintola, they murdered Amadu Bello, they murdered everybody. And so people started saying that in the circumstances, the view began to gain ground that the coup was evidence that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of the military government, Ogun State, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. All the advisors of Ogun State were Igbo. All. Let me say this: if you say this outside, and someone comes to you and says, but then Gowon was in his cabinet. We're saying advisors. Gowon was in his cabinet, advisors. All. It gets worse, but let's continue. Somebody says here on TikTok, they forgot to carry the one in the east out. They had an excuse. They said the Archbishop Macarius was around. When I asked the question, did he leave? Did he stop? Did he choose to live in Enugu? Did he go back home at some point? They didn't have any plan, and they had no plans for Calabar either. Where they were supposed to go and release Awo. What did you see in 66? By May 24, 1966, this man comes up with Decree 34, turning everything to a unitary system. Do you know that was actually what Azikwe was fighting for about 16 years prior? When you read his pamphlet that was published in 43, we're talking about it's titled "The Political Blueprint of Nigeria." It was talking about federalism of, like it should be the structure that Nigeria should work with. Before the end of the 40s, or as early as 1950, right? Baba don't change mind. They're looking for a unitary system. They couldn't get it. Ironsi was the answer to that prayer. That's why I tell people, Ironsi did not stop any coup. Ironsi was part of a coup. I wasn't the only one. Even civilians were part of that coup. We've had a session here before on that. I promise one of these days I'll do it again. The role of Nwafo Rizu, the role of the same Kingsley Badiwe, Aguiyi Ironsi, what he did. Don't let anybody come and be gaslighting us and telling us nonsense. It was a plan for Igbo takeover. I say, but and by the way, I always like to say this. Someone will say, but there was a revolutionary coup. And I see a lot of Yoruba elders also saying that thing because they want to be one. What kind of oneness is built on lies? What kind of oneness allows people who are supposed to be apologizing for something, demanding that I pay them reparation? Do you know how much the Igbo leaders are asking for? 10 trillion naira. Why wouldn't they ask for it? Because you're not going to talk about what really happened. There's a vacuum. That vacuum has to be filled, and it's filled with something. It's filled with lies. It's filled with propaganda. It's filled with unnecessary arrogance. Everybody was taken care of, and people organized this thing and did it to the T. Every single step was taken care of. Whether it was the role, and by the way, let me finish that thought. Whether it was the role of people like Madebo in the north, or Ojukwu himself in the north, or the roles that Aguiyi Ironsi played in the, everything was orchestrated. And yes, there was a revolutionary coup. You can't hide from that fact that Cardinal Zogu was a revolutionary. He did not know it was part of an Igbo coup. It was one of those, naive, idealistic, ignorant youth. He was less than 30, he was about 28 years old. That's why if you're a young person and you're hearing revolution, please calm down. They will use you. They use Nzogu. They use Ademoyega. They just use them and drop them. They will use you. You think read this book now. Where is it? The book by Ademoyega, Why We Struck. You would think you have ideas. You don't have any idea. You are just being used. Guy was writing the book. We're going to release our law. They went read the special branch report. There was no plan for Calabar. So yes, they ensured that there was a revolutionary coup where every single person that could be a threat to the folks that they want in power, e.g. Aguiyi Ironsi, every one of them was taken out. Every single one. One of the people that were remaining was Banjo, that somebody wrote in the comment section, but they didn't use Banjo in 66 like that. Banjo's role was do you know Banjo on the 15th of January, between 15th and 16th of January, Banjo was talking to officers, especially the Northerners, that they should let Aguiyi Ironsi become the head. In his mind, he's the one engineering the thing, like, let's work with him. By 17th, that was on a Monday, he was in prison. Okay, you need to make a compilation or simple write a book on this. Don't worry, I'm working on it. They'll just use you. All this revolution. They used Ademoyega. They used, what's his name? Cardinal Zogu. And just in case you don't know, Zogu did not plan that coup. At least, let me put it this way, he wasn't the original planner of the coup. He came in later, and his own job was the north. The original planners know themselves, and we've talked about it before. And when the event itself happened, when was the coup? When was the H hour? Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. January 15. 5 a.m. they were in the office. Aguiyi Ironsi was there. Yakubu Gowon was there. Njoku was there. David Ejo joined them later. While they were in that meeting, Aguiyi Ironsi was still telling the soldiers not to chase the coup plotters. It was Yakubu Gowon who said, when did this thing happen? They said 3 a.m. This is 5 a.m. Why do you want to wait for 2 more hours? My question is this: why was Aguiyi Ironsi telling them to wait for 2 hours? Why? The beautiful thing is that the 3 people I just mentioned right now, they wrote books. or at least they were part of a book of books, right? Or of production of books, I should say. For instance, Gowon was the subject of a biography. Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Isawa Elaigu. Read it. Njoku wrote, what was the title of that book? The tragedy. I quote that thing a lot. Tragedy Without Heroes. That's what he wrote. Ejo wrote Reminiscences. When you read everything, Ojuku, no, what's his name? Agoin Rossi was in on everything. When he was writing the names of the people and the places they should guard, number one, he was saying that, but they said they would not kill anybody. And that was reported by the person who was the commander of the Biafran army, Njoku. And when he wrote the list, he wrote Thompson Street, number 7. That was Thompson Avenue. He talked about Ifajina and Oji. My question is, why those two? Why those two? When on the 15th, he went to meet the cabinet, why did you go with armed soldiers to meet parliamentarians? What was Ironsi doing with Nwafor Rizu inside the house, inside the room for 40 minutes? Whilst NPC leaders were in the living room and some NCNC members, including Badiwe, Shehu Shagari, Akinjide, Deep Charima, what was it doing 40 minutes? Was that when they made the call that Azikiwe referred to in his speech on the 16th of January in the UK? When he went to meet the whole cabinet on the 16th on a Sunday in the evening, why did they ensure that the entire place was surrounded by soldiers? If anybody lies to you in Nigeria, not your fault. It was ethnic domination. And everybody was in on it. Let's go on. The suspicion of Igbo domination grew as Igbos within the army were promoted to the rank of officers, and the unification decree was issued in response to the minority report of only one member, Nwokedi, an Igbo, and against the firm recommendation of the to examine the proposal. Let me quickly back up just a bit, just a little bit. 3 months after the coup, this was April of 66, they decided to promote 18 Igbo officers. 18. I don't know who told them that it was not a good idea to make it only about Igbos. So what did they do? They said they're going to promote Northerners as well. The problem was that those Northerners were below Yoruba people. But guess what they did? They didn't care. They took 3 Northerners, bypassed 5 Yoruba that were due for promotion, added them to the 18, and they had 21 promoted 3 months after the coup. If you're looking for information, where do you find that? You'll find it in the book by Anthony Naoro. The speech at Addis Ababa, 12th August 1968. 21, 18 of them were Igbos. To now make matters worse, they came up with a unification decree the month after they promoted those officers. Officer promotion was April, unification decree was May 24th. Then the craziest one was, well, not craziest one because it gets worse. One of the crazy ones was the Nwokedi minority report. I'll read some things about it. It was issued in response, the suspicion of Igbo domination grew within the army were promoted to King. Okay. The unification decree was issued in response to the minority report of only one member. In other words, you organize a committee, and one member, one with God is a majority. One member tells you, we need a unification decree, and you don't care about what other Nigerians said. You just went with what Nwokedi said. But no, you are not tribalistic. It's everybody else. They went against the firm recommendation of the majority of the committee that had been set up to examine the proposal. By the way, I should also say this. Excuse me. When you look at what Nebo Graham Douglas said in his book, Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion, he said Ojuku asked them, talked to him about a unification decree around March of 66. The proposal, again, had been more than 15 years in the making. It was what the NCNC wanted, but not really NCNC. How do I know? Because it wasn't so much what the NCNC pushed as it was the Igbos pushed, but they got it in 66. Here's the problem though, and this is my advice to people, especially folks from the East, other people in their own land, you will fail. Number two, stop looking for short-term benefits at the expense of long-term enjoyment. In other words, you will get what you want to get now, but you will fail in the long term, and you spend your years crying, and then you raise children who think everybody hates them. Let's do better. Frightened that the unification decree would establish firmly Igbo control all over the country, the peoples of the North in May 1966 rose up against Igbo inhabitants in the northern region. The first of a series of spontaneous massacres of Igbos was the last straw, which persuaded a number of Igbo leaders that their dream of Igbo domination was beyond achievement, that the size of Nigeria and the factor of loyalty to the tribe, rather than the one Nigeria, were strong among the large ethnic groups in the country, that justly or unjustly, anti-Igbo feelings had risen very high in the rest of Nigeria. In the words of the academicians themselves, all the time tribalists who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966, listen to what the educated Igbo said in 66. Since the last event, unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. I feel I should write a book on that line alone. Do you know what they just did here? Oh boy. Former leaders of the action group. By the way, this is not NCNCO. These are educated Igbos. Former leaders of the action group, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Were they fighting Easterners? Please, if you're in the comment section, who were they really fighting? What these people wrote in 66 is what somebody literally wrote earlier today, when he said, "Don't say Igbo, say Easterners." Again, I don't know who raised this ones, who come around to tell you what to say. Say, don't say Igbo, say Easterners. Number one, you can't tell me what to say because you didn't put me here. Even if you put me here, you don't own me, and nobody put me here. The point is, you can't move around, misbehave. When I want to do something, it's the same thing that's happening in Ghana right now. Oh, look at what they say. Oh, it's the Nigerians that are doing it. Thank God, Father, we thank you. At least Ghanaians know the difference now. They know the difference now. When it is good, it's your ethnicity. When it is bad, it's Nigeria. For this one, they say they have got reason against the Easterners, as though the EBB were a problem to anybody, or the Rivers tribes, or the Ekoi, or the Efik. They didn't have any problem. The Ijo, the Ogoni, nobody threatened anybody in Yoruba land. It's you. But you have to hide under a big umbrella so that you're not attacked. Since the last event, Unification Decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the Action Group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving. Please, I'm begging you, please listen to this. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria, and all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. Who was writing this? Igbo intellectuals in UI. When you have conversation, you hear people say, "Oh, we had them federalism. Let's go back to federalism." Who took us out of it? And he did. By the way, he didn't do it on his own accord. It wasn't just something that once he woke up and he did. He was supported by his people, the civilians, the politicians, the military, and of course, the intellectuals. They said, "Oh, these people are working against what the military is doing to forge national unity." Again, I've said it before, if there's any word that has been weaponized against Nigerians, it's the word unity. What does it mean? The person cannot tell you what it means. Let us unite. Okay, explain what unity means. Please, I'm begging you, anytime a person tells you let us unite, ask them to define unity. I'm not against unity, but tell me what it means in your own mind. You are having Unification Decree. People are speaking against it. You say they are against national unity. How many times have I seen, even in my own space, whether it's on YouTube, on TikTok, or any of these platforms, people writing that you are not doing, you are bringing. I saw it this morning. This one I saw this morning. I saw what you are doing is leading to this. It's going to lead to this unity in Nigeria. So I wrote to the person, define unity. He or she has not responded. Define unity. Anything that doesn't allow him to own what is yours is disunity. If you want to unite, just let him be able to do whatever he wants to do. So what the intellectuals were saying in 1966 was that the pushback from the West and the North against Unification Decree was the pushback against national unity. Does that sound familiar? That's why when I read what Mogalu said the other day, when he was talking about a strong man that will bring everybody together, I was talking about Ataturk. I was talking about this other guy in southern Africa, where he said, for the nation to live, the tribe must die. All those nonsense that they bandy about, why don't they even do it amongst within the ethnic group? You are from an ethnic group where you have caste system. You're from an ethnic group where one person tells the other person that is a lesser ethnic person because of his town, and you want national unity. You don't even have tribal unity, be ethnic unity. But here I hope you are seeing the pattern. Intellectuals were making the case for the unification decree, and they were against those who were pushing back because they said those ones were against national unity. But this is not to say that the generality of the Igbo saw themselves as seekers of dominance over the rest of Nigeria, or that the Igbo leadership saw itself as exploiters of other peoples in Nigeria. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong. Please, I said please listen that time, Abi. Again, I'm begging everybody, please listen again. These were intellectuals. By the way, this man put intellectuals in inverted commas, but I mean, they went to school. This is what the intellectuals in the University of Ibadan said at the time. Igbo people, they argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbos as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. Rightly considered, they contended they deserved to hold these posts by virtue of their special talents. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. This thing is from Mbeyi Collections, Biafra Newsletter, Volume 1, Number 8 of 1968 March. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. They were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. For Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement or progress of the country. This is a reproduction of what was published in 1968 though. He's not typing this one, he's quoting. It would be unfair for them not to be allowed to dominate Nigeria. Mambo. I'll read it again. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. You had 70% of Nigerian Airways, 70% of Nigerian Ports Authority in Yoruba land. You had over 60% of Nigerian Railway Corporation. And you are saying that it would be wrong for them to consider that you are grabbing. I'll take it again. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, argued passionately that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. Rightly considered, they contended, they deserved to hold this post by virtue of their special talents. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. Which one? Is there another one? I don't know. They were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. They were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. For Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement of or progress of the country. These are not tribalists. These were nationalists. The Igbo saw themselves as victims of hatred and envy by other ethnic groups. They described themselves as the veritable exponents, embodiment and vanguard of pan-Nigerianism, as exponents and teachers of the virtues of industry, cosmopolitanism, and the dignity of labor. I'll take that again. The Igbo saw themselves as victims of hatred and envy by other ethnic groups. They described themselves as the veritable exponents, embodiment, and vanguard of pan-Nigerianism, as exponents and teachers of the virtues of industry, cosmopolitanism, the dignity of labor, democratic process of government, and disinterested patriotism. In their opinion, the sacrifices which the Igbo had made on behalf of Nigeria were enormous. The ethnocentric Yoruba regarded the Igbo in Lagos as strangers, in spite of the fact that investment opportunities were greater in Lagos thanks to the siting in Yoruba land of the federal capital, as well as the two federal universities, that's Lagos and Ibadan. The tribalism and conspiracy of the Yoruba and Hausa Fulani against the Igbo were only too clear from their monopoly of the international airports. This is 1974. If I told you that this thing was said last week, would Chema Rokweroni? Seaport, university, airport. . This book was published in 1974. The things he's referring to happened in the 1960s. So they consider Yoruba people to be ethnocentric, and they regarded Igbo in Lagos as strangers. If I were to travel to Enugu, wouldn't I be a stranger? I did a video some time ago and I said, if I went to the north, I would be a stranger. And the northerner saw it and sent me a message. I said, if you come to my place, you will not be a stranger, you are one of us. And I said, I'm glad you are the one saying it. I'm glad you are the one telling me that I am not a stranger in your land. That's how it should be. Not that I'll go to your land and tell you that now all of us own the land together. Land where your papa buy. Even if them buy them buy your papa here. The man says, anytime you come around, I'll show you. Every time you come to the north, I will show you around. But don't see yourself as a stranger anytime you come. You're not a foreigner in the north. He's in Borno. He started mentioning the place. I'm like, okay. But I'm glad he said it. And then I said some things and he said something. I won't say it here. But the point I'm trying to eat at is that it is better for the owner of the house to tell you you're not a stranger than for you to tell him that you own the place together because you're in one Nigeria. The ethnocentric Yoruba regarded the Igbos in Lagos as strangers in spite of the fact that investment opportunities were greater in Lagos. Thanks to the citing Yoruba land of the federal capital, which by the way, I was spoke against in 1951. So them come and move this Lagos from 53. It was in 1953. Come and move this capital from this place. So come and move this capital. I was talking about it in 1953. Don't make it the capital. They make capital in 54. They say the tribalism and conspiracy of the Yoruba and Hausa Fulani against the Igbo were only too clear for their monopoly of the international airports and the police training colleges they contended. In the 50s, when cocoa was booming and the East was advocating allocation on the basis of needs. Please listen to this one. No? In the 50s, Mr. Demo says, you have to humble yourself so that we can lift you up. That's actually the word that Hausa man used when I said something. That's why I don't want to mention but that's the exact word he used. In the 50s, when cocoa was booming and the East was advocating allocation on the basis of needs, the West insisted on the principle of derivation. But immediately mineral oil was discovered in commercial quantities in the East, a large amount of the money derived from this mineral oil has been shared by the West as well as other parts of the country. Considering all this, the argument went on, one can easily understand the attitude of the North and West to the proposals of the military regime for the unification of the country. The North and the West want to continue to enjoy the resources of the East while treating the Easterner as a stranger in those places. That is why they want to revert to the old form of the Federation, which will then give them political power to continue to persecute the Easterner, although they fully realize that the human and economic resources of the East constitute something of the linchpin of the economy of Nigeria. This is a clear case of dishonesty and hypocrisy which the Easterner can no longer tolerate. Somebody says, what resources do they have? To be honest, none. At this time, it wasn't even their resources. It wasn't their resources. One of this is we're going to talk about how resources were shared back in the 60s. The oil was in Oloibiri is present in the Bayelsa State. 1 second, please. They are making all this argument, or they are putting all these things to make an argument that we shouldn't go back to federal system. We should stay with unification or with unitary system, because that's the best thing that has happened to everybody. Somebody says oil was not found anymore. Do you know the percentage of the contribution of Imo State in all the oil in Nigeria? It's not up to 1%. Check it. There are 3 states in the south. There's Abia. There's who is that? Please, 1 second, please. Between those 3 regions, between those 3 regions, you cannot get 2.2% of the oil output in Nigeria today. Lagos is not a major oil producing state. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing inactivity. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you. Lagos is not a major oil producing state, but Lagos produces more than the 3 states in the southeast, and it's not a major oil producing state. I'm not talking about Edo or Ondo. Edo and Lagos just about the same thing. Ondo has more output than Lagos or Edo, but Lagos has more output than Anambra, Imo, and Abia put together. Guys, you don't have to believe me. Just go and check. You see the percentage breakdown. The Easterners did their best to teach the rest of the country how to get above the sentiment of tribalism. Hence, in the early months of 1966, scholarships were thrown open to all Nigerians living in the region. Moreover, the government of Odumeko Ojukwu expunged from all government forms the requirement of stating one. I'll explain something very important. The government of Odumeko Ojukwu expunged from all government forms the requirement of stating one's tribal origin in application for employment, scholarships, and so on. In other words, the curse of tribalism had been removed from the region, and all Nigerians in the East were to be treated as equal with equal opportunities. Really? If this were, if the a lot of things are going on in my mind. If this was supposed to be a way to end tribalism, why was it then that when it was time to expel people from the eastern region, Ojukwu said every Nigerian who is not from the east and who was not Igbo had to leave? Why did he do that? In 66, the same year that he did all this thing of no state of origin. If you hear, listen everybody, if you hear that people are doing no state of origin in the east, don't try it Yoruba land, I beg you. You know why? Mélòó nu yín ní pé tí ò bá kúrò nílé kò lè jẹun. Àwa náà ń travel o, àwa náà lọ sí ìrìn àjò àwa lókèrè o, ṣe pé báwo náà ń jáde o. Ṣùgbọ́n tiwa tó wa. And tó ń ṣe I don't have to do state of origin at home is signaling something. Oh, we don't do it, so you two do it there. We are not doing it, so you two can also copy us now. But in actual fact, it's a signal, right? There's a country in Africa that did something like that, where they remove remove tribe, remove identity, kiniko, only to discover that the tribe, I'm using the word tribe intentionally, there's no tribalism, no tribe again, but the tribe of the person who supposedly removed tribalism is the one dominating everything. But there's no tribe. And you can't say there's tribalism because there's no tribalism. Say we don't have any tribe. No, there's no tribes, and we're all together, Abi. But it's the tribe of the person who erased who erased tribal identity. His own tribe is the one leading everything, but there's no tribal identity. Similar to what you saw in the eastern region, the Igbos will take over the entire place, but there's no tribal identity. But when I see your name, I don't know where you're from. When you hear my name now, Adebusuyi, you think tribe doesn't matter. So that would make me get the jobs I'm supposed to get very quickly. Meanwhile, when it was time to expel people, how come those who also signed without state of origin, how come they were expelled for being non-Easterners? But Igbos from the Midwest were allowed to remain. Selah. In other words, the curse of tribalism had been removed from the region, and all Nigerians in the East were to be treated as equal with equal opportunities. But rather than appreciate the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders. Listen to this. Agbarin kini. Tactics ni. Tactics ni. It is being done for the purpose of reciprocity. Tactics in Kini. Listen to what I'm about to read though. So the Easterners have removed tribalism in their region, but rather than appreciate the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders, military and civil, in the country that the East is wasting its resources in trying to achieve the impossible. What did you just notice? By the way, again, he's quoting IUL collections on civil war. He's quoting that stuff. What do you notice? I'm going to remove state of origin in my state. Everywhere that comes doesn't matter. Did you not hear that last month? A state in the Southeast was contemplating doing that. When I saw it, I was just laughing. History is beautiful. We've been here before. We've been here. Oh, we have removed state of origin in our place. We're all the same. Okay. Next question. So when are you going to do that thing in your state? Like what we did now, when are you going to do the same thing in Ogun State, in Lagos State? So that we can have one Nigeria, we've done it. So we've already shown you that it's possible. So how about you do it so that, all of us can grow together as one Nigeria. Foul. Put one person from his place there, you are done for. There's no tribe, no. There's no tribe now. Araima Bale. Put one there. Otoni. There'll be a funnel, a pathway. There'll be PR pathway to Canada. A pathway shall be created that will funnel people into that place from a particular tribe, although there is no tribe. From a particular ethnicity, although there is no ethnicity. He says, rather than appreciating the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of. In other words, the real goal was reciprocity. It wasn't about the virtues of detribalization. It's not about that. And why is this important? I have more people outside I have more of my people outside my region than you do. I have more of my people outside my region in your spaces. So when you reciprocate, what do you really think you are doing? In my region, it is dominated by my people, regardless of the tribal nonsense they say they are removing. In your region, it will also be dominated by my people, and you cannot say no because as a matter of fact, these gestures made by the East have been widely interpreted in other parts of the country as evidence of its ardent desire for national unity, which the others do not really want. If people have been telling themselves these things since the 1960s, Do you understand how in some cases you also have to have pity on some young Igbo people? How do you put this in the mind of young kids? The young kids are now grandfathers now. They put in their own children and in their children's children. They parrot this nonsense, thinking that somebody did something against them, not understanding the fact that the rest of the country was not stupid. Is it the Northerners who put a constitutional policy in 62 that, or in 64, that will then allow this thing in their place? Or is it a Yoruba person who heard and read what Azikiwe had to say in 48 and in 49 and in 51 that will then jettison everything and say, oh, we are all together? Let's go on. What time is it? Okay, we're wrapping up now. By sheer ability, individual Igbos had attained very high positions in the federal civil service, in the universities, and in corporations. But these had displeased the Northerners and Westerners, who did not want Igbos to be more than stewards, casual laborers, and petty traders. That means that you can have 64% of the railway, 70% of the Port Authority, because you don't want to be stewards, casual laborers, and petty traders, because they're against you winning. So Kuku take everything. We're not the tribalists. By sheer ability, individual Igbos had attained very high positions in the federal civil service, in the universities, and in corporations. It's not by sheer ability. It's by nepotism. But these had displeased the Northerners and Westerners, who did not want Igbos to be more than stewards, casual laborers, and petty traders. The Northerners and Westerners would tolerate a united Nigeria only if the Igbo would become second-rate citizens. They were tired of the Eastern domination scandal. Nobody ever said Eastern domination in Nigeria. It was not about a region, it was about an ethnicity. Folks use region when they want to run away from responsibility. It's an ethnicity. Let me go back just a bit. The Northerners and Westerners would tolerate a united Nigeria only if the Igbo would become second-rate citizens. They were tired of the Eastern domination scandal, and having reached the limits of human endurance, were convinced that it would not be in their interest to remain in the Federation. They had no choice but asked to break away from the rest of the country and look for their own destiny as a separate country. Praise the Lord. What a wonderful speech. Arrant nonsense. Every single thing you hear in this document from the 1960s is what you hear young people say even today. And most of them don't even know why. And I'm sure some of them, they will listen to me and sit down and ask themselves, have I been lied to? One came here the other day, and yes, he was insulting me in the comment section, but like a Jew, they've been doing, by the way, they've been insulting me. I just been muting them because they were distracting. While he was insulting me, somewhere along the line, I don't know what happened to him, he said something. He said, are you saying that we should not believe all that we have been told? You are erasing the history of a region. He's not saying that I'm lying. He's saying that he cannot stop believing the lies that he has been taught. Because for him, it's a faith thing. It's a matter of faith. It's like a religion. You can't stop believing. But see, if you don't stop believing, it's not my problem. Now it will affect you. It will affect your children, because you are now raising people. These words are still used. Second rate. They call it second class now. Second class citizens. I don't think Igbos are second-class citizens in Nigeria. I don't think so. I don't. I said it earlier. I think Igbo land is blessed. I think Igbo people are blessed. I think they're just like every other Nigerian. The problem is this. You cannot say you are equal to them. They have to be better than you. That's the definition of fairness to them.